Good morning. Sabah al-khair. Your Highness, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the 5th Qatar Economic Forum powered by Bloomberg, held under the patronage of His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, the Emir of the State of Qatar. أصحاب السمو السيدات والسادة أهلا بكم.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Qatar Economic Forum. Please allow me to thank you for this opportunity to have the 5th edition of Qatar Economic Forum, an opportunity to gather dignitaries and experts from the world to highlight the motors of the economy. Thank you, Your Highness, for your presence and your participation.
To gather global leaders here in Doha under your leadership to discuss the key themes shaping the global economy. I think you will all agree that President Trump's visit to the region was momentous. It positioned Qatar and the Middle East at the heart of the global economy like never before. Deals worth billions were signed, deals that will shift global trade and the flow of technology for the next decade. The Qatar Economic Forum is the first global convening since the President's visit, giving all of us here a unique opportunity to discuss its ramifications for the world. Over the next 3 days, global business and government leaders will discuss policy, finance, investment, and routes to shared growth. We'll talk inflation, trade, energy, supply chains, and discuss the new rules for cross-border investment. Together, let's question assumptions and exchange and debate ideas so that we leave here with clear, actionable steps. Now, please note that simultaneous interpretation devices are on your seats.
You can use the translation devices in front of you.
Our sponsors for making this event possible. Thank you all for your generous support. And with that, it is my great pleasure to welcome the founder of Bloomberg and Bloomberg Philanthropies, Mike Bloomberg.
Well, thank you, Jamara, and good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 5th Annual Qatar Economic Forum here in Doha. And let me begin by thanking His Highness, the Emir of the State of Qatar, for welcoming us here and for being with us this morning. It's safe to say this forum would not be possible without his continued partnership and the partnership of the Qatar government. So let's thank them all with a big round of applause. And to the many heads of state and government, business executives, every delegate and speaker, and all of the viewers watching online around the world, thank you all for joining us. We're honored. We've assembled a group of over 2,500 government and business leaders from more than 90 countries with many different perspectives on the volatile times that we are experiencing both in markets and in geopolitics. And no matter how a person gets the news these days, whether it is on Bloomberg Television, the Bloomberg Terminal, Bloomberg Radio, or Bloomberg.com, or Bloomberg Business Week, it's clear that we're witnessing profound economic disruptions. Government instability is driving market volatility. Investors and business leaders are dealing with the fallout of a global trade war, tariff and regulatory uncertainty, and continued military conflicts. Meanwhile, the effects of the climate crisis are growing more costly and more deadly by every day. Now, the good news is it's a time of great risks, but also a time of great opportunities. At Bloomberg, part of our job is not just supporting our customers through uncertainty, but also helping them grow their way out of it. And to do that, we're constantly enhancing our products to provide decision makers with better data, better analytics, and better insight. Another ways we can help our customers is by hosting the kind of dialogue that can lead to action. And here in Qatar, we've found a great partner. Through all the upheaval, Qatar continues to be a positive force for stability and long-term thinking, including on energy. It ranks among the top exporters of liquefied natural gas, while it also invests billions in renewable energy both here and abroad. And that kind of forward-looking economic leadership is something more countries would do well to emulate. And in a world where people are increasingly prone to shout at one another or take social media to air their grievances in public, Qatar is the place where people come to talk and to listen. Every time I come to Doha, it's easy to see the commercial progress in the physical environment, the new office buildings, new housing, new hotels, and new museums. The drive and ambition here is extraordinary, and they are on display all around us. What people don't see are the quiet corners, the rooms where behind the scenes the hard work of business, partnership, and diplomacy gets done. Even when the parties fundamentally disagree, even when they fundamentally dislike each other, Qatar is finding ways to help them communicate, which is helping to make the world a better place. Over the next 3 days, we want to tap into that spirit of collaboration as we conduct difficult and important conversations. The road to 2030 transforms the global economy in our forum's organizing theme, and our next speaker is instrumental in leading that transformation here in Qatar and the Gulf. His background is investing, stability, and diplomacy, all giving him a valued perspective on the issues we're going to be discussing this week. And we are honored that he is officially opening the forum once again this year. So please join me in giving him a warm welcome now, His Excellency, the Prime Minister, Sheikh Mohammed Al Thani.
Thank you, Mike, for your kind introduction. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Emir of the State of Qatar, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
May the peace of God be upon you.
أرحب بكم في الدوحة.
Welcome to Doha, the capital of our state, which has become a destination for international fora, an international center that gathers decision makers and intellectuals to build bridges of dialogue and cooperation. Qatar Economic Forum this year is being held amid transformations in the global economy and politics, which highlights the need for dialogue platforms gathering decision makers, entrepreneurs, innovators, and intellectuals in order to define the upcoming opportunities of investment and face the challenges, particularly the necessity to guarantee stability and growth. Excellencies, the unprecedented humanitarian crisis in Gaza is still ongoing, despite the efforts of the State of Qatar, Egypt, the US. And despite the efforts that we are exerting, however, we are still witnessing how the opportunities to de-escalate are going to waste. When the Israeli-American Idan Alexander was released, we considered that this would allow for stopping the crisis. However, the retaliation was further raids that led to the death of hundreds of innocents. This irresponsible attack is undermining any chance on peace. Yet, we are committed to continue our diplomatic efforts with our partners to put an end to this war and to release all hostages and prisoners in order to equally stop the struggles of the Palestinian people in Gaza. With regards to Syria, the decision to lift the American sanctions imposed on this sister country consists an important step in the right direction. We look forward to additional similar steps. This is a clear message to the region and the world that the priority must be to give a real, complete opportunity for peoples getting out of conflicts in order for them to build better futures. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, economic growth and political stability are intertwined. You cannot achieve one without the other. Based on this, the state of Qatar adopts an efficient diplomatic approach based on productive work in order to solve conflicts, knowing that peace is essential for any sustainable development. We believe that every diplomatic effort exerted is an investment in a safer and more stable future. When we see a young person in Gaza finishing their studies or a family in Syria returning, we understand the importance of stability on the life of people. Dear ladies and gentlemen, in Qatar, we look towards a diversified economy based on knowledge and innovation, accompanying the technological advancements, and we aspire to have Qatar a worldwide center for investment, for business, based on trust and confidence. And we hope that Qatar is always a trustworthy partner, whether in energy or investment, just like it is in diplomacy. From this, we translate our vision into a reality through diversifying our investments abroad in order to enhance the equilibrium and contribute in a sustainable economy. The Qatar Investment Authority implements its vision through strategies across the world. This year we have important investments in the US, in Africa, and in China. These initiatives reflect our trust in the market dynamics, particularly emerging markets and their future potential. Locally, the Qatari economy continues its positive performance. We have a real growth of 2.4% in 2024, and our GDP has increased. This growth is the result of progress in non-oil sectors that have grown by 3.4% annually, which is a clear indicator to stable progress towards the growth or the goals of our national strategy. By 2024, the direct foreign investments has reached 9.9 million Qatari riyal, which affirms the increased trust of foreign investors in the Qatar economy. Accompanying this momentum, Qatar continues updating its regulation and framework in order for the environment to be more attractive for investors. In this context, we are glad today to announce the launch of the first program of motives for investors, targeting strategic sectors, including production, advanced technology, and logistics. This package is an important step to increase development in main sectors that are pillars of the future of our economy. In addition to the industry, we have launched this year SMESMA project, which is one of the most or the largest entertainment projects in the region. It is essential in the tourism and real estate sectors, and it is a driver for comprehensive development. In terms of innovation and digitalization, Qatar has affirmed its stage as it has welcomed in February 2025 the second Web Summit with the participation of more than 25,000 people from 124 countries. The Web Summit has created a communication forum between the emerging centers in Asia and Africa, in addition to sovereign funds and large companies. This once again confirms the place of Qatar being a place of linking, and Qatar has also welcomed MWC. Will be welcoming, in November, the MWC, placing Qatar on the digital economic map. To accompany this development and to participate effectively in it, Qatar will launch a new project which will be revealed this year. These achievements altogether reflect the commitment of Qatar to guarantee its place as an economy and investment hub. It enshrines its seriousness in having a future of diversity, of innovation and sustainability. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Qatar seeks to play its role in an economy a global economy that is more fair, just, and that is human-centered. We look forward to have Qatar a place of discussion, of debate and dialogue in an environment that allows for peace, stability and investment. We look for a mix of diplomacy, growth, and we look forward to focusing on human dignity. I thank you for your presence and I wish you a fruitful forum. We look forward to productive discussions in the sessions of this forum. We look forward to new partnerships that guarantee development, sustainable development in our region and the world. May the peace of God be upon you.
Please welcome back to the stage His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman bin Jassim Al Thani, Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs for the State of Qatar, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Jemana Bersechi.
Your Excellency, thank you so much, and thank you for the speech. President Trump was in the region last week. It was the first time a U.S. president has paid a visit to Qatar since 2003. How significant was this visit for the Gulf, do you think? And also, how do you think this president, his approach to the region, differs from his predecessors?
Well, I believe that the president visit first trip to the GCC region, visiting Saudi, Qatar, and UAE, has been a great demonstration for the potential of that region. And this sent a very strong message to the entire world that there is a very high potential in that region. This region is flourishing. This region has a lot to do when it comes to contribute to the future technology and the revolution of artificial intelligence and the need, of course, for power. Basically, we have had a great visit, and I believe this is equivalent to the rest of the countries in the GCC. During that visit, we had a wide range of topics that's been discussed, whether it's on the regional security, on the future economic cooperation between the two countries, and how to untap the potential between the two countries. These topics actually has varied, whether it's how to partner in artificial intelligence, how to partner in energy, and how to expand also in being a critical and a vital part of the supply chain for the United States economy, which is the leading economy in the world. I believe this was very much perceived in a positive way by the region. And of course, we know that the policy varies from one administration to another. We are glad to see that Middle East and GCC in particular is a priority for this administration, and we believe that there is a lot of potential for both of us in the region and the United States that we can untap in the next few years. And also, I think that one of the key elements of the President's visit is making sure that the situation in this region remain stabilized. And we have seen what a delicate period that we are going through in that region, whether it's on their talks, on the US talks with Iran, or with the situation in Gaza and the changes that happened in Syria. And we are hoping that these kind of engagements will lead us to a point where we can have all these conflicts settled and hopefully being more focused on the prosperity of the region.
President Trump has been labeled a transactional president. He certainly likes to do deals. He's written a book about the art of the deal, and he likes things of value, especially if they come free. I want to ask you about the gift of this Boeing jet that Qatar want to give to the president to use as interim Air Force One. It's been met with a lot of controversy back home. What was the purpose? What is the purpose of this gift? And is it, as some critics say, an opportunity for Qatar to gain influence with this administration?
Well, look, actually, we have seen that there was a lot of controversy that's being created out of this, what I call it an exchange between two countries. And basically, the relationship that we have between Qatar and the United States is a very institutional relationship. And it witnessed different administration, and the institutional relationship remained very strong and at the backbone of this partnership. The plain story is a Ministry of Defense to Department of Defense transaction, which is basically done in full transparency and very legally, and it's part of the cooperation that we've been always doing together for decades. For example, the airlifting in Afghanistan is something that we have almost 80% of that done by our air forces. The security deployment of United States during the World Cup to support our efforts was done by the United States. And I see it as a normal, a normal thing that happens between allies. And basically, I don't know why people, they are thinking about that this is considered as a bribery or considered as something that Qatar wants to buy and influence with this administration. I don't see any, honestly, valid reason for that. And I believe that there is a huge issue in misconception or, unfortunately, some spoiler who are trying to portray Qatar as a country that it tries to buy its way. And I believe if you look at the track record, at least for the last 10 years, whenever is some scoop coming out in the media and trying to put Qatar under a spotlight that Qatar is bribing to get the World Cup, or Qatar is bribing the EU Parliament, or whatever, until like the end Qatar is trying to bribe the Prime Minister of Israel. I'm sure that, it does tell you something that for the last 10 years, none of these cases has stand or had any proof that Qatar has done anything wrong. We are a country that would like to have strong partnership and strong friendship, and anything that we provide to any country, it's provided out of respect for this partnership, and it's a two-way relationship. It's mutually beneficial for Qatar and for the United States, and I believe everybody acknowledges this. I think that we need to overcome this stereotype of seeing Qatar as a small Arab nation because it's gas-rich. It cannot find its way without buying it with money. It's really a misconception that hurts a lot, not our reputation, but the reputation also of other countries and the institutions.
Is the controversy worth it, though, if it means that there's going to be further congressional scrutiny of all of Qatar's dealings now with the U.S.?
Well, there is actually nothing have been done by us under the table, or like we are trying to do like a covert operation. It's a Ministry of Defense to Department of Defense. There is a proper legal review is now conducted between the two departments, and nothing has happened yet, actually. Now, and our intention is to have a very clear exchange that the U.S. is in need for to accelerate, a temporary Air Force One. Qatar has the ability to provide this. We stepped up, and basically a lot of nations has gifted the U.S. Many things. I am not comparing that to the Statue of Liberty, but I don't know if this is sounded a little bit maybe strange for the U.S. because it's coming from a small Arab nation. I think that this has played some way a factor in this, but I'm hoping that people in the United States and even the politicians over there, they look at us as a friend, as a partner, as a reliable partner, that we've been always there for the U.S. whenever we were needed, whether it's in the war against terror, whether it's in freeing American hostages from all around the world. It's not something that we've been doing to buy an influence, but this is a duty on us as a partner, as an ally of the United States, and as there's a duty for the United States toward Qatar.
I want to turn to regional geopolitics. Yesterday, the Israeli Prime Minister says that Israel are now carrying out operations with the purpose of taking over the Gaza Strip. They will carry out an unprecedented attack on Hamas. That is a quote. The war is clearly entering into a new phase after a ceasefire that was negotiated earlier this year. Qatar played a pivotal role in that. It lapsed in March. The death toll continues to go up. There's still what's thought to be 20 hostages still alive in the Gaza Strip. There's a humanitarian crisis going on there. What hope is there now for a lasting ceasefire, Your Excellency?
Well, it's unfortunate that we've been seeing the situation unfolding in this way, and it's becoming very frustrating for everyone. And especially for us here in Qatar, we've been there from the beginning trying to mediate and trying to get to a deal where it alleviates the suffering of the Palestinian people in Gaza and freeing the hostages and bringing them back to their family, and trying to bring a path that will create a peaceful environment and security for both people. And that's basically what we were aiming. And what I think that the last year and a half now has shown you that the only way forward is through negotiations. And unfortunately that sometimes, or many of the times, these negotiations being sabotaged by political games with a very narrow vision, and it's just being postponed. One of the examples, we had the first deal that freed more than 100 Israeli hostages in November 23. It collapsed in 1 week. Then we had the second deal that's been based on a framework that's agreed on December 23, and we couldn't announce it, or we couldn't finalize it until January 25. That states very clearly that this deal should include multiple phases, that we have to do everything we can to avoid to return to the war, and ensuring that all the hostages will be freed, and there is a withdrawal from Gaza Strip, and there is a clear way forward for the Gazan people to alleviate their situation. This deal has collapsed on 2nd of March, and we have seen how the situation has been unfolding since then, and the blockade on Gaza for now more than 60 days. And we are hearing also some irresponsible statements about the humanitarian situation over there, about the way of distributing these aids and distributing food in form of meals and calculated calories for pre-qualified and pre-screened people. I think all these things that are happening has been unprecedented in our world today, and it shouldn't be acceptable for the international community. Yes, yet we have seen that, unfortunately, the Israeli government is carrying it out with impunity. Now, we continue our efforts despite everything and every attempt to sabotage our efforts and try to also blackmail us and, continuing attacking us while we were the only country that's helping together with Egypt and United States. And we have just that this is just making us more determined to bring stability to the region, to end the war in Gaza, to free all the hostages and to bring them back to their family, and to provide security for both people. The rounds of negotiations that took place in Doha in the past couple of weeks, unfortunately, didn't lead us anywhere yet, because there is a fundamental gap between the two parties, which is one party is looking for a partial deal that might or have the possibility to lead to a comprehensive deal, and the other party is looking just for one-off deal and to end the war and to get all the hostages out. And we couldn't bridge this fundamental gap with whatever proposals we have provided, given the past experience of the first deal that it collapsed. And basically, we are stuck in a situation that, if this operation is starting, is just going to postpone the diplomatic conclusion of the war, which will end only diplomatically from our point of view. and will just cost us a death toll on the Palestinian side and also on the hostages side. I wanted to add one very important point to this. The delicacy of that situation in the region right now is critical. And basically, we have seen that the continuation of this campaign and this way and this behavior, and it's not only in Gaza, but Gaza, West Bank, Lebanon, Syria, is something becoming unbearable. Yet you have seen that all of us as governments, as countries, we are calling for peace, we are calling for peaceful resolutions, and nothing is stopping this kind of behavior. That will only add anger to the people in that region. Will add legitimacy for non-state actors, and is just going to fuel the narrative of extremism and terrorism.
In President Trump's speech last week in Riyadh, he talks about the birth of a new Middle East, the economic transformation, and also the Gulf states playing an increasingly influential diplomatic and mediation role, and the prospect of regional stability. Can there actually be regional stability in the absence of a solution to the Palestinian and Israeli conflict that has been going on for decades?
Well, we believe that this conflict is a core for the regional stability, and we hope that there will be a chance sometime soon. It requires a strong leadership from the Palestinian side, from the Arab side, and from the Israeli side, because there will never be a deal without a compromises between all the parties, that ensuring that there are conditions that can be created for the people to coexist together. This region has been, for centuries, with a beautiful social fabric that has different backgrounds and different ethnicity and different religions. Unfortunately, it's been drained with these ancient wars and proxies that evolved over the last few decades. I cannot recall since I was born that there was a moment of stability in the region. When we talk about the overall, we are blessed that the GCC was protected except during Iraq war, but since we grew up on just conflicts after another.
We've got a couple of minutes, but I do want to ask you, because you were in Tehran over the weekend, how likely is it that you think we will get to an Iran-US nuclear deal by the end of this year?
I believe there is a positive momentum. We had a very good conversation with the President Trump when he was here. We see him as a president who tried to talk to everyone, which is something that we are very much encouraged. And also he's trying to avoid any conflict or any escalation. And this determination in itself, it's showing leadership and political will. On the other side, on Iran, we have seen and sensed the same positivity. Of course, Oman is leading the mediation, and we are trying to support their efforts. I have suggested that after the visit of President Trump to have a trilateral engagement with the Iranians and our Omani colleagues. And we were discussing ideas that can bridge the gaps between the two parties. We hope that those ideas will work. The last thing that we want in that region, a nuclear race or another round of escalation that's next to our countries.
Final question on the Qatar economy. We've had the World Cup bump, you could call it. And of course, you have big visions of what you want to achieve in the next few years. What is the plan the next 5 years by 2030?
Well, it's a very ambitious plan. I have a friend who once told me that the World Cup was like an IPO for Qatar, and I believe this was, thanks to God, that this was a very successful IPO, and it's been oversubscribed, and we have seen the growth in in many sectors after that. Basically, Qatar is trying to work on a transformation plan where we transform our economy into more being diversified, with a diversified base internally. And we've been talking about this for the last 25 years, and we've been working toward that objective. We are focusing on developing different sectors, whether it's on the manufacturing, on the logistics, on the education, on the healthcare, and the tourism, and technology. And we have seen the technology revolution right now that's happening, and we have seen that this technology revolution is not only happening away in the world, but countries like UAE is leading in artificial intelligence, or Saudi leading in data centers. And we are trying to be part of this ecosystem and being a complementary for this region. And basically, we see that the potential is huge, the capability is there, and Qatar has successfully built global brands in the last few decades. Qatar Airways is one of the main examples, when you see that you have a leading airline being nominated #1 for the last few years. This is something making us proud, and we would like to see more and more brands coming out of Qatar like this.
Your Excellency, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage His Excellency Saad Sharida Al-Kabi, Minister of State for Energy Affairs for the State of Qatar and President and CEO of Qatar Energy, and Ryan M. Lance, Chairman and CEO of ConocoPhillips, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix.
Hello, everyone. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. Now, we have 17 minutes to talk about the energy complex. Minister, let's start with you. Thank you so much for, to you and your beautiful country for hosting us. Now, with the visit of President Trump last week, there was a lot going on, of course, in Qatar. We saw huge commitments from the countries he visited, including this one. Were you under pressure to make a deal in the energy sector for President Trump?
First, it's great to be here at Bloomberg's with all of you, with Ryan and yourself again. Regarding the visit of President Trump, of course, it was a historic visit. We were very thrilled to have him here as the first sitting president to visit Qatar. Pressuring us on doing deals, I think, as you know, President Trump is a businessman, first and foremost, and he understands business very well. We had several deals that were done in Qatar during his visit. So there was the energy sector. If we look at the energy sector, we had a project in Qatar. For the last 70 years, we've had American companies here. So we've had several projects, Northfield East, Northfield South, where Ryan is a partner. These are all commercial projects that have American presence. We have two projects in the U.S., the largest single investment in LNG export facility in the U.S., the largest ethane cracker in the world in the U.S., about $30 billion project. So these are all commercially viable projects that we're doing. From my vantage point as the chairman of Qatar Airways, we had a tender for buying airplanes that we need for the expansion of Qatar Airways, and Boeing gave us the best deal. It was better than Airbus, and we went ahead with that because it was the most commercially viable. If you look at our investments in QIA, we have already made a lot of investments in the US, and we're making more, and these are all commercial deals that we're doing. Our military are buying equipment that they need for their military. So regarding pressuring us to do deals, I would say no. I think we're happy to do deals with American companies because they provide a win-win solution for us. And all the deals that we do, like in the energy sector, are 25, 30-year deals. So they have to survive different administrations, CEOs, and so on. So I would say pressuring, no. But we're happy to do deals where they are mutually beneficial.
Minister, you mentioned you're chairman of Qatar Airways. You had some pretty incredible profits. So how do you see that going? How did you achieve them? And actually, how do you see the introduction of Riyadh Airlines in the region affecting your business?
Of course, we attribute the excellent profit to several factors. We have excellent staff, excellent leadership. So all the crew members, the pilots, the ground staff, everybody working in the company has contributed. Of course, first and foremost are the loyal clients to Qatar Airways that made this also possible. And also, this is a cyclical business. Everybody's doing well in the airline business, and we just need to keep going with the same rhythm to ensure that we continuously can have good profits. Regarding Riyadh Airline, I think we're very happy for our brothers and colleagues in Saudi Arabia that they are embarking on this expansion in the airline business. It's a huge country, Saudi Arabia, whether it's size of the country or size of population, and I think it's overdue to have additional airlines and airline products in Saudi Arabia, and if there's anything that we can do to support Saudi Arabia from Qatar Airways, we'd be happy to do that, but we wish them all the success, and I think it's very much needed for Saudi Arabia and the region.
Ryan Lance, President Trump pledged to drill, baby, drill. Is it happening? And if it isn't, why not?
Well, I think the president's got a unique ability to boil things down to a bit of a bumper sticker. I think the drill, baby, drill, people get fixated on how many rigs are running in the U.S. and is that representing a drill, baby, drill. I think it's a broader strategy that the president is trying to articulate around taking the natural resources that are endowed to the U.S. and really continue that growth and development. So it's got multiple dimensions. It's permitting reform to speed things up. It's more infrastructure being built, high voltage transmission lines, it's gas pipelines. It's eliminating the LNG pause that the prior administration put in. So I think it's a statement that articulates a broader strategy that wants to use the endowed resources that we have in the United States to continue that growth and that development and continue to be able to import and export energy that the full world needs today.
Break-evens for U.S. shale, I think, on average, pre-trade wars and tariffs were about $65 a barrel. What's the new break-even level now that the cost of pipes have gone up, but also drilling has gone up because of tariffs?
Yeah, I don't think the break-even probably hasn't moved a lot. I think long-term, if you're going to see oil prices in a comfortable range, maybe in the 70s or 65 to 75, we'll still see continued modest growth out of the U.S. Now, what happens at sub 60 is we start to plateau in the U.S. and even in the 50s probably start to decline the production a little bit. So there is kind of a equilibrium place even in the U.S. that allows the shale to continue its maturity and its growth, but we see plateauing production, probably the end of this decade coming out of the U.S. unless there's going to be another technological breakthrough in our business. And don't bet against our industry because we're, as His Excellency knows, we're pretty good at trying to figure out how to get more out of the subsurface endowment that we have in our country.
Minister, most of Qatar's LNG sales are also linked, of course, to oil prices. How has the oil's slump this year affected Qatar?
The oil slump, I would like to add to just what Ryan mentioned. In general, all oil companies look at their revenue and look at their capital expenditure over the next few years. And the way you can spend more capital, there are two things. There's capital to sustain. People don't talk about sustaining your actual production, which gets more expensive with time to maintain it and drill additional wells and so on. So you need a lot of revenue for that. In addition to that, the additional capex to expand and to keep additional reserves coming. And you need, in general, you'd need somewhere in the range of $70 to $80 in my view, to be able to sustain the current production and increase. And when you look at the U.S., for example, I mean, one of the things that came out of the visit is a better understanding of, with my counterpart, Chris Wright, Secretary Chris Wright from the U.S. and the colleagues that came with President Trump. They have an ambition of growing their power to for an additional 100 gigawatts of power. And that's for AI, that's for additional industry that they want to bring back into the U.S. All that needs power. And if you don't have additional investment, to sustain that power, from gas and other sources, they've opened up coal and others, is going to damage that ambition, if you will. So I think if oil prices decline below 60, there definitely is going to be a decline in investment, and all the requirements for power are not going to be fulfilled. Worldwide, not only in the U.S.
And, Minister, are you committed to the oil price link, no matter what?
Yeah, I mean, the oil price link, I mean, some of our products are we produce oil, we produce condensate that's associated with gas, and some of our gas is linked to crude. But of course, if crude comes down, it affects the entire, whether it's petrochemicals, whether it's oil, whether it's gas, fertilizer, it affects the whole thing.
Ryan, I mean, to the Minister's point, do you think Donald Trump's push for more energy production in the U.S., but also faster permitting of LNG products, will affect the market?
Well, we certainly hope so. If you think about the market in the LNG side, it's probably growing 1% to 2% compound annual growth. So it's a market that's growing from about 400 or so million tons today to something probably north of 700 million tons over the course of the next decade and beyond. So it's going to take a lot of growth. It's going to take growth in Qatar. It's going to take growth in the United States, the two biggest suppliers in the world, to satisfy the enormous amount of energy growth that's coming. It's going to be power, as His Excellency has talked about, around the whole world, not only in the United States, but around the world as well. So that's coming. And unfortunately, we're endowed with a very large gas resource, as is Qatar, with the large North Field. And we're proud to be a partner here, and proud to be putting our investment in the U.S. for more liquefaction capacity and exporting that product to around the world as well.
Minister, where does potentially higher U.S. exports leave major LNG producers like Qatar?
Again?
Where, if the U.S. exports more LNG, where does it leave Qatar?
No, I think, we are the biggest supply that's going to come from the U.S. next year. We're going to start our LNG export by the end of this year and really start the full production sometime in the next year. But the first LNG that will come from our Golden Pass LNG, which is the largest single export project in one go that's built in the U.S., is going to have 18 million tons of production. We own 70% of that. So we will be exporters from the U.S. I think the U.S. volumes are going to go to certain markets that are mostly Europe, South America, and our volume will predominantly be serving Asia. That it's difficult for the U.S., I think, to reach, or the entire volume to go to Asia. But in general, I think we need all that volume. It's us, it's the U.S., I think some Australian volume and others to care. You're going to have 1.5 to 2 billion people on this earth in the next 20 to 30 years. And you have 1 billion people around the world that don't have basic electricity. So the need for electricity and power is huge. So we're not worried at all about having a supply glut or anything like that.
And I think I would add that people immediately go to the competition between the U.S. and Qatar. It's really not. It's a cooperation because of the different market access that both countries have to the growing demand. So it's a cooperation. It's really not a competition.
But how do you see this? I mean, when you look, Ryan, at the impact of Shell's new model of financial discipline or investor return, how is this different this time to previous downturns in 2015 and 2020?
Well, I think the balance sheets of the companies in the business is so much better. We've gone through consolidation and mergers and acquisitions, and the net result of that is the balance sheets of all our companies are in much better shape to withstand some of these downturns. Our company in particular, we've got a pretty deep inventory of low-cost supply resources, and that's what we're trying to drive. So you can be profitable through the ups and the downs in this business. They're invariably going to be there. If you don't have a plan to deal with the volatility, you'll be dead in this business. Yeah. So, you got to have that, and it starts with a very strong balance sheet and being able to invest through the cycles with a very long-term global view of supply-demand, which we have, and it's very constructive.
And Minister, I know you've also been in talk with buyers such as China and India for a fresh round of LNG supply deals. Is there a sticky point? When can we have more news on that?
No, I think we're, after this talk here, I'm flying to China. We have the World Gas Conference in China that I'm speaking in tomorrow morning, and I'm meeting all the buyers in China. We have a great relationship with China. We are the largest supplier to China, and they are the biggest buyer by far, by more than double anybody else that's buying from Qatar. So we have a very good relationship. They are discussing with us additional volume. India is discussing with us additional volume, but we have multiple countries that are discussing with us additional volume. And these negotiations take time, and some go a little bit further. I think what you're alluding to is some articles that came out regarding sticking points and so on. You always have sticking points with all negotiations, whether it's with India, China, or anybody else. Everybody wants a better deal from both sides.
Everybody always wants a better deal, right? Let's face it. Ryan, when do you think U.S. shale production will peak?
Tell me the price. So if the price is in the 50s, we probably have a sustained price. So I'm talking about not just what's happening today, but if it sustains itself over a long period of time, U.S. shale is probably, it's peaked and will start declining in the 50s. It probably plateaus for quite a while in the 60s. And actually, if you get back to sort of that comfortable range that His Excellency talked about, there's continued growth in the U.S. shale. So we believe it could go in the 70s, it could go over 14 million barrels a day from its current level of low 13.3, 13.4. So it really depends on what that sustained price is going to look like. If we have a longer term price, like we're seeing today, it's going to flatten out.
Minister, Qatar was also amongst the first GCC states to invest in gas exploration and production around the world. So what new investments do you see on the horizon from Qatar?
Yeah, we are one of the largest, if not the largest company around the world in owning exploration blocks. Exploration has a 10% success rate, so if you drill 10 wells, one is successful. So we have been successful in some regions, but this is a continuous drive to explore more, and we're really participating in new exploration blocks around the world. We have had some successes, and I'm very optimistic about the future, but it takes time.
How much LNG is Qatar Energy trading currently? Is this something that...
LNG?
Yeah,
trading.
Trading. There's a lot of excitement actually in the market about
Trading was something we started just a few years back. What we saw is there was money left on the table, if you will. Traders from around the world were buying Qatari, we have some spot cargoes sometimes, and they would buy our cargo and make money off it, and we have the capability and can actually establish a trading organization. So we established a trading organization. Currently, we are trading around 10 million tons of LNG, physical trading of 10 million tons of LNG. The mandate is more than 50% needs to be non-Qatari volume, which is the case today. The ambition is by 2030 to reach somewhere in the range of 30 to 40 million tons of non-Qatari LNG traded by our trading group.
But will you also reserve a portion of the output from North Field East for spot trading? And how big?
I think, we're going to be producing 160 million tons of LNG as projects that we're participating in. If you include the US, we're at 77 million tons today. We have 70 ships today. We're adding 128. So all that will be really under the control of our trading organization, where they can trade spot trade some of that volume. Not all of the volume will be locked up in long-term deals, but we'll have plenty to deal with.
Okay. Ryan Lanson, in the minute that we have left, how do you see demand over the energy industry actually developing over the next year or two?
Well, I think we're pretty constructive in the demand. It's probably dropped off a little bit with all of the economic uncertainty in the world today. So demand grows probably 700,000 to 800,000 barrels a day this year, but long term, I think you can expect around 1 million barrels a day of growth, and we really don't see the end of that coming into this decade, into the next decade. So that's why we're constructive long term. There's a little bit of spare capacity on the supply side, which has caused the price to be down a little bit with some economic uncertainty. But the long term growth projections are pretty healthy for this business.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for a good conversation on global energy supplies and security. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That we are probably in a recession right now.
There's no question the uncertainty slows down growth.
And we're going to make deals, but they're going to be fair deals. They're not going to be rip-off deals.
In the fourth quarter, you will feel the power of Donald Trump's economy.
The danger of recession looms bigger.
Please welcome to the stage His Excellency Ali bin Ahmed Al Kuwari, Minister of Finance for the State of Qatar. His Excellency Faisal Al Ibrahim, Minister of Economy and Planning for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And His Excellency Mehmet Şimşek, Minister of Treasury and Finance for the Republic of Turkey, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Stephanie Flanders.
Excellencies, we don't have very much time. Thank you very much for being here. I think Donald Trump would be really enjoying this conference so far. He would really like that we have begun every session with a question so far about his trip, and I'm afraid I'm going to be no exception, because we still have a lot of questions and details to think about from that visit last week. Excellency Minister Al-Kuwari, we had very big numbers talked about in terms of the deals that Qatar was going to do with the US. I think there was 243 billion, but the president also talked about an economic exchange worth $1.2 trillion. That's 5 times Qatar's GDP. Are these plausible numbers? Do we think that this is, did you just engage in a sort of bidding war, or should we take these numbers seriously?
Well, I mean, thank you, Stephanie, thank you. First of all, I mean, it was a great visit by His Excellency the President, to the region. I think this is a big statement, as Sheikh Mohammed said, for the region, and recognition how important the region economically, politically, and geo-economically and geopolitically, and from a stability. And this is, I mean, something that really we take it, also, and we appreciate it. From I mean, deals perspective, I think I mean, there was the $160 billion deal, with the Boeing. This is with Qatar Airways, and this is a normal, I mean, renewal of airplanes. This is part of the airline business. If you go with any airlines, this is normal, progressions. And the airlines, they do it over a long period of times, and also they have their own capital, their own access to finance. And they do like many deals, like buying and selling and lease buyback. I mean, so it's a very normal deals, and this is not something that we see it. And Boeing is an excellent aircraft, with the GE engine. So it's in line with the Qatar Airways strategies, in line with the and the other deals is in line with our participation. The $1.2 trillion you talked about is. We are talking about economic partnership. And when we talk about economic partnership, it has a win-win situation. It's the U.S. companies doing business in Qatar. Qatar is doing business with the U.S., trade, and over some period of time. So it's not something abnormal. I mean, QIA continue to invest in the U.S. The U.S. is an excellent market, is giving good return for QIAs in line with their investment strategies. Looking to the trade, again, U.S. enjoying a huge surplus, with Qatar for many years. Is one of, U.S. is the biggest import partner for Qatar. So these things are really normal course of businesses, course of actions, and the U.S. being the U.S., it's the biggest, economic partner for Qatar. So I don't see this as like a big number, but this is a very normal course of actions, course of businesses, and course of commercial activities. It's a purely commercial, purely needs. Our defense, partnership with the U.S. is huge, and again, this is something that we benefit, as part. This is part of our, beefing up our military here in Qatar. So it's really something very normal, and we really value the partnership with the U.S. and it's very significant.
And just to quickly follow up, I know that the QIA is going to have more and more firepower as you ramp up the LNG exports. What are the key priorities for your international investments?
Yeah, QIA, they have their own investment strategies based on region, based on sectors. Of course, the priority sectors, today is technology, AI, pharmaceutical, infrastructure, real estate, and they review these strategies every year and they change it accordingly. And as I say, today the U.S. is the biggest opportunities are in the U.S. In terms of these businesses, but they continue to spread around as well. And these strategies get reviewed every now and then to make sure they are aligned and taking advantage of the opportunities, yet mitigating risks.
And Excellency Minister Ali Ibrahim, we had some even bigger numbers talked about in terms of Saudi deals last week. But I guess many people would say the biggest gift that the kingdom has given to President Trump in recent months is a lower oil price, and it is, at its current rate, is much lower than the kingdom needs to cover the external obligations, and certainly well below what you need to balance your domestic budget. So I just want, how are you thinking about how you're going to bridge that gap if the oil price stays roughly where it is?
So thank you, Stephanie. It's important to keep in mind that what we're undertaking in Vision 2030 and beyond Vision 2030 is a long-term, big-picture plan that is all about restructuring the Saudi economy. And I think other Gulf countries are going through something similar. We're doing that because we're investing in resilience, institutional resilience. This means that we will deploy the capital in the way that helps us get these returns, but help us also get the momentum to restructure. If you look at oil specifically, of course, our budgets are no longer driven by oil. Today, they're driven by our priorities. On the energy markets and oil, we've always been solving for long-term market stability. That guarantees that investments will continue to flow to provide the right kind of supply that the global economy needs. And of course, as part of that is OPEC plus discipline. So if you ask us 6 months ago, 1 year ago, etc., we'll always tell you that we're always ready for scenarios, multiple scenarios, and we have the buffers. We have the long-term fiscal planning and medium-term frameworks that help us adjust depending on what scenario actually plays out. But we're always thinking about not the next 12 months, but a longer-term horizon. And that's what most of the GC countries are doing as well. The GC countries and the economies are bright spots or jewels in the global economy today because of the ability to plan long-term, because of the ability to deliver long-term, and because of this institutional capability that's growing, coupled with leadership's vision, people's determination. But that institutional capability is helping us ensure that we continuously evolve and become agile.
And it is true that in the past, you have been agile, you've responded to periods of lower oil prices by cutting the domestic projects. I guess now we look at the pipeline of projects you have, things like the World Cup. They are commitments that are hard to reduce. So do you still have that flexibility when you have this enormous pipeline of committed spending and big projects?
So this transformation is anchored in discipline, but also bold action. We've prioritized our spend for many reasons, predominantly how do we accelerate our diversification, how do we continue to empower human capital, and to continue to build institutional capabilities. Of course, a subset of that has to do with public commitments, global commitments, such as that of the World Cup and Expo 2030, and so on and so forth, and that's all in our priority list.
And Minister, Excellency Minister Simsek, we were talking earlier, the biggest thing that happened last week during Donald Trump's trip to the region, at least where Turkey is concerned, was the lifting of sanctions on Syria, and indeed your president was on the phone call. We've also seen the PKK give up on 40 years of war against the Turkish state. What's the peace dividend or the economic dividend that comes from that for Turkey?
Well, peace dividend will be great.
Just hold on, I think you lost your mic. There you go.
It's not working? All right, I have a new microphone. So peace dividend is likely to be massive. First of all, having a stable, peaceful, and prospering Syria on its own is a huge gain for the region and, of course, for Turkey, because we've got 911 kilometers of border with Syria. So clearly that is going to help in a big way, because conflicts drag you down, and as we address the conflicts, as we rebuild functioning states, it's huge boost for the entire region. So that has been a welcome move. But going back to one of the components of you've highlighted, the PKK has waged almost a 50-year war against Turkey. But last week, they have agreed to disband and disarm. This is also huge because, according to a study, including the opportunity cost, we have wasted almost $1.8 trillion over the past 5 decades combating terror. Now, of course, the peace dividend will be huge in terms of channeling resources to more productive areas for development, for progress. So in that sense, these two developments are going to be huge in terms of geopolitics no longer being a drag, but actually being a source of leverage to help Turkey move up.
And foreign investors would be hearing that and would feel positive about it, but at the same time they have in their head the detention of Mayor Imamoglu in March and the very sharp fall in the currency that came with that. Investors were very frightened off at that time. They seem to be still hesitant to come back to Turkey, even though the currency stabilized, even though you have very high, painfully high interest rates. What is it going to take to pull back the long-term investors?
Well, first of all, the 3-year program that we have put in place is on track, is intact, and is delivering. We have inflation, which is still high, but at 40 months low. And over the past 2 weeks, there's been, again, recovery in FX reserves. Investors are actually back. Interest rates are coming down. CDS, the risk premium, has fallen significantly by well over or close to 90 basis points. So actually, if you look at the past few weeks, there's been a recovery in investor sentiment, and that's reflected in financial market conditions.
And very quickly, not so much, though we don't see it so much on the sort of longer term money, which obviously you would feel, I would assume, more comfortable than the hot money coming in. So we still haven't seen that. Of course,
the program doesn't rely on hot money, but FDI has also picked up over the past 12 months. Turkey is a very large economy with a pretty decent infrastructure and a huge pool of talented people and significant regional integration. So highly diversified economy. So I think when the dust settles, They will be looking at countries that are resilient to global trade fragmentation. They'll be looking at countries that would benefit from stability and prosperity in the region. I think Turkey remains the top candidate in terms of FDI inflows. And, with disinflation, predictability is improving.
Mr. Al-Gawari, we mentioned Syria. How are you continuing to support Syria? And are you thinking about investment in real estate or other areas where you can support reconstruction?
Yes. I mean, regarding Syria, I mean, I just add to the word of Excellency Mohammed, on Syria. Syria is very important. The stability of Syria for the region is extremely important, and the prosperity of Syria is very, very important. And now we have a great opportunity with the presidency and the government in place now to really, to see stable Syria, growing Syria economically. In terms of our role for Syria, I think Syria now, they are building a country from scratch, and they will need all the help they need to, establish the country. They need energy, they need water, they need an economy, they need, infrastructure. So, us and our partners, for example, Qatar and Saudi Arabia, that we announced that we paid their arrears with the World Bank. This will unlock around $180 million of support from the World Bank. Also, we're supporting them, again with our partners in Saudi and others, for example, to develop their electricity, to develop their energies. So I think Syria at this stage really needs help to establish themselves, as a country. Going forward, I think with the plans, they have in place, I think it's going to be a great economic opportunity there for investments and for really supporting the Syrian people. Syrian people are very talented. We see them, in Germany, we see them in many other places where they have, contributed significantly to the economies of these countries. So I think Syria's, growth, and development is very important for us. So this is something we're committed to do, to support them.
Just thinking about other regional investments, Kuwait is discussing converting its deposits in Egypt to investments. We saw the UAE do that last year. Is that something that Qatar is considering?
Yeah. President Sisi was in Qatar over 2 weeks ago, and we announced, again, an investment package, with Egypt. So we continue to see Egypt as a great opportunity for investments. In terms of whether to convert the deposits or, to do a further investment, this is not something we have discussed, but we continue.
You're not discussing it.
No, it's an option, but it's not something we're gonna. It's one of the options. But in reality, what we see is Egypt is has great opportunities in the real estate, in the tourism sectors, in the manufacturing, and I think from an investment point of view, if we are to do an investment, it has to be in a purely commercial basis with a good return. So this is what, look. But again, the relationship with Egypt, it's very significant. And we view Egypt as a great, a great potential for growth, in the future.
Mr. Ali Ibrahim, the big shift for the kingdom last year was that you became a capital importer, not an exporter, which reflects some of the investments that you were talking about in your other answer. But it does mean you need to attract stable funding. And last year we saw another fall in foreign direct investment. So why is it, do you think, that the FDI is falling, and how are you going to get back on track for that?
So Stephanie, maybe I'll just take a step back and talk about the GCC a little bit overall, and I think tie that to your earlier question. The GCC countries' non-oil economies have grown 3.7% in 2024. That's almost double global growth. And if you look at each country's transformation, there's an acknowledgement that we've been for a while operating below our potential, which means that's operating at a loss. And that loss, maybe in earlier generations can accept that loss in the short term, but compounded, is not good for future generations. And that's why I think the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Saudi Vision 2030, and other countries in the region have taken it upon themselves to restructure long term. And because of that, the number of opportunities will only keep growing. We're not just moving from consumption to complexity and production and innovation and exports. We're also attracting capital that will help us do that because of the opportunity, and attracting talent at the same time. If you look at what's happening globally, let's say what's happening with US trade policy and its impact, we believe that this is ultimately going to lead to two things. One, we've always talked about what the new form of globalization will look like. Today that answer has been brought forward. Now we can actually start shaping what the world will look like in terms of trade. And number two, the global economy is only as strong as its weakest link. And we've seen in multilateral platforms where His Excellency also participates with other countries in the region, that there's been growing, I'd say, drag on the global economy coming from weak links. I think the response to these policies will only create stronger global players, stronger global economies, from emerging to Europe to whatnot. If you look at things such as the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive that the EU announced, and how that was a little bit revised recently because of the impact that would have had on the European economy. Some GC companies today are divesting because of that, and we think that still needs to be revisited. I'll come back to your question. Foreign direct investment is a long-term game. It's flows and stock. In the kingdom, we're seeing signals of not just the actual number, but the number of licenses, the number of people coming into the kingdom, number of headquarters being set up, the number of deals that are being discussed and negotiated. In 1 year, we had a very large deal that helped spike that figure and then was challenging afterwards. But our target remains the same, 5.7% of GDP in 2030, around 100 billion in terms of flow in 2030. And we're working hard, 900 reforms to create a better business environment and continuously evolving.
Minister, one of the things that was a challenge, we talk about the weakest link. One of the problems for Turkey was the unorthodox monetary policy for a period of time. Now, my colleagues tell me you're the keeper of the flame for orthodox monetary policy. But it's painful at the moment. You have high interest rates to bring down inflation. Do you worry about the impact on the domestic economy of that? And is it sustainable? Are you going to have to do something to support consumers or raise the minimum wage potentially ahead of time?
Well, sorry. We rebuild monetary policy and a strong fiscal position as well. And I think all is set for disinflation. But no treatment is without any side effects. So we are aware of some dislocations in certain sectors. And that's why early this year, we've extended support to some of the labor-intensive export sectors. So we are looking at specific remedies while keeping the program on track. But the essence of the program is to bring inflation down so that we can set the stage for sustainable high growth. So a temporary pain is worth taking, going through. But at the same time, we're looking at short-term fixes to address some side effects.
So, but you won't, if you have, we're seeing potentially factories closing, we have households still dealing with the high cost of living and rising cost of living. Do you see needing to give in to some pressure to support households?
Well, first of all, last year we've created close to 1 million new jobs. That's new jobs added. So manufacturing is obviously struggling because our key trading partner, Eurozone, is still flirting with recession. So global growth is dismal, and our main trading partners aren't doing that well. So understandably, manufacturing sector is struggling. That's understandable, but manufacturing accounts for only 23% of our GDP. So the rest of the economy, in particular services, is doing really well, continue to create jobs. And households remain in good shape because household debt to GDP ratio is less than 10%. This is not a leveraged economy. So in that sense, while, again, short-term pressures are there, I think the key is to sustain the program, to deliver disinflation, and that way we lay the foundation for strong, sustainable, long-term prosperity.
And we've run out of time, but I do want to, the title, I want to get back to geoeconomics and also potentially to President Trump. He'll like it. We started and ended with him. But the deals that, and certainly the trade deals that the president is doing or trying to do in different countries, there does seem to be a sting in the tail. You do the transaction, you give good value, and you announce a big number, but he is quite committed to making countries help him take China out of global supply chains. Now, this is a region that's hoping to benefit from continued much higher trade with China than with the US, but also the strong relations with the US. Are you worried, Excellency, that at some point, he will force you to choose?
Well, I mean, we enjoy good relationship, of course, with the US and good relationship with China. China is one of the biggest destination of our LNG, trains, and again, in terms of imports. We like to work, in balance with both with both powers. I cannot see, the US would reach a stage like will us countries, either me or China. I cannot imagine this. I think what we are going to see, there was a huge there was a huge disruption, in the trade system, what we have seen as a result of the Liberty Day, decisions. But to me, I think these things will settle, and we're going to see a new rules, governing, the trade and the global trade, in general. We have now some dust, we have unsettlement. I know that congratulations, I should say, in the reaching a deal last week, between US and China on interim or transit, tariffs. But eventually, I can see this thing is going to really go away. There has to be really a new rules, for governing this. See, the world, the globe has worked very hard to build a globalization rules-based system. And I cannot just see this going away. There is going to be changing to the regulations, to the rules, how we engage, and, the fair competition, unfair competition. But eventually, I think there will be a new regulations. I don't see a problem, I think, dealing with the both places. I think China is an important country, US is an important country, and we'll never get asked, to choose between countries.
Okay, very quickly.
If I may add, I think this administration has demonstrated its leaning in on dialogue. We've seen that with the US-UK deal, with the early indications of US-China potential deal. This region, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the rest of the GCC are always focused on prioritizing dialogue. We heard from His Excellency the Prime Minister today about dialogue. We saw President Trump in Riyadh last week, the result of dialogue, what it led to, including lifting the sanctions on Syria. I think, and realizing that it's part of our interest as economies in this region to connect strongly to international markets, for us to be more resilient and to be more meaningful partners of both the US and China. I think it's in the interest of both that we remain strong partners of both, being part of the dialogue and being part of this new form of globalization that His Excellency mentioned.
I think since we're running out of time, I'm going to let you have the final word, if you'll forgive me, Minister. And thank you all for the good discussion.
Thank you.
Well, we were deeply and are deeply honored by the presence of His Highness the Emir of the State of Qatar for joining us today. Thank you to Stephanie and her esteemed panelists for that insightful session. And thank you to all of our speakers this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we are excited to announce that the next edition of the Qatar Economic Forum will take place from May the 12th to the May 14th, 2026, so a little under 1 year away, and we look forward to welcoming you back in Doha. Now, before the break, I would like to thank our official partners, the Qatar Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Qatar Media City, our culture sponsor, Qatar Museums, our innovation sponsor, QRDI Council, our premier sponsors, Qatar Investment Authority and QNB, our knowledge sponsor, McKinsey & Company, our participating sponsors, IDA HSBC, Investment Promotion Agency Qatar, Qatar Financial Center, Qatar Free Zones Authority, Qatar University, our airline sponsor, Qatar Airways, our connectivity sponsor, Ooredoo, and our tourism sponsor, Visit Qatar. We would also like to thank the Permanent Committee for organizing conferences at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for all of the support. Now, this concludes our morning block of programming. Please join us for refreshments just outside this room. The program will resume at 12 p.m. And just a reminder, later on stage, Michelle Hussein will be speaking to Elon Musk. So you don't want to miss that. That's happening around 4 p.m. this afternoon. So plenty more to come today in the plenary. I'll see you in about half an hour. See you then.
welcome back to the stage Bloomberg's Jemana Bercecci.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, we begin this next segment with a look at the big risks, inflation, and central banks. But before we get started, a few announcements. So the Wi-Fi network is QEF 2025. If you haven't tried already, that is the network, QEF 2025. We encourage you to download the Forum app as well, and you can view the session and speaker details, navigate the event venue, and network with other delegates. And please be sure to activate the chat function to chat with other attendees, should you like to do so. Now, if you have any issues, please visit the app help desk in the networking hub. We would also love to hear from you throughout the forum, and you can actually submit questions and respond to polls by scanning the QR code on the screen right over there. So you just scan that QR code. It takes a little bit of time. You have to fill in a form to get it up and running. That is a good way to participate in some of these Q&A questions and the polls that we will be conducting. Now, you can also engage with us on social media using the hashtag Qatar Economic Forum as well. And now, on with our program. Please join me in welcoming Bloomberg's editor-in-chief, John Micklethwaite, for a conversation on the new risk landscape.
Please welcome to the stage Nabil Fahmy, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Arab Republic of Egypt, and General David H. Petraeus, Chairman of the Global Institute and KKR Middle East, and partner of KKR, for a conversation with Bloomberg's John Micklethwaite.
Thank you. Very good to have you here. Our subject today is the new risk landscape, and I'm delighted to have two, I might describe you as veteran geographers, to guide us through this landscape. David Petraeus and Nabil Fahmy. I'm going to give you no introductions because people know who you are. Our idea was we're going to begin with the Middle East and then bring in some other things and eventually end up in Ukraine because David has just been there. But let's start, perhaps predictably, with Donald Trump's visit. David, let's begin with you. What do you think? Do you think anything changed because of that visit? And how do you see the Middle East at the moment? And I'll come on to you, Nabil.
Yeah, no, I thought this was a very important visit. Mohim jiddan jiddan in Arabic, in fact. And it wasn't just the business deals and the enhanced commercial interests and so forth that all took place there. It was also some very serious geopolitical events. The meeting with al-Shara was very significant. Lifting the sanctions on Syria is, again, equally significant. And the discussions at a very timely moment about Iran and the U.S. effort, of course, to try to broker a nuclear deal, but the threat in the background, if that's not successful, that the U.S. has an enormous amount of military power out here right now, if needed. And then other geopolitical topics here as well. So it just wasn't all business all the time by any means. That was what took the headlines. I think there were very significant conversations on other issues involving the Middle East at really quite a pivotal moment, with Iran at a real low in decades, I would argue. Hezbollah has been shattered. Hamas obviously dramatically degraded. The Houthis have been hit very hard. And Iran itself, with its economy really doing very poorly. And then this damage to its very sophisticated Russian S-300 air and ballistic missile defense system by the second Israeli response to the Iranian fire on their own territory. So again, I think this is a very interesting moment here in the region, and I think that a lot of the topics that were discussed are pertaining to that.
Let's just unpack them. Maybe we can look at Syria first. Maybe you go on Syria and ask Nabil, that deal, did you see that coming? And what is the consequence of that? Does that really Do you think the region is now fully behind Syria? There are question marks, for instance.
I think, by and large, that's the case. There is a hope that this individual, who has obviously had a bit of a checkered past, I should note he was in detention in Iraq when I was commanding the surge.
I think you may have arrested him.
He then was released. He went with ISIS, then Al-Qaeda, then force war, all of those. But, the question is, can he achieve a government that represents all of the people of Syria and doesn't only provide majority rule, but also minority rights being assured as well, bringing together all of these different ethnic, sectarian, even political groupings, and let's give him the best chance that he can have. Let's hope that he can rise to be the leader that could do what I've just said, and let's give him every opportunity so the U.S. lifts the sanctions. Other countries out here have been providing financial assistance, dealing with some of their debts, et cetera. I think that's a very significant development in the region because obviously it prevents Iran from transiting Syrian soil down into southern Lebanon to help reconstitute Hezbollah, whose leadership has been decimated and his combat power has been dramatically reduced.
Nabil, Syria, do you think that what happened in terms of Syria being brought into the fold, do you think in some ways that also shows the power of what's happened in the Gulf? These were Gulf countries who persuaded Trump to do this.
I think it was very important, but it's the beginning of the story, not the end of the story. Syria, for the first time, came to the Arab Summit in Saudi Arabia first, and now attending a summit with Trump. At the same time, they were asked to do a number of things, but the incentive was put up front. In other words, we will reduce or remove sanctions, and we will provide assistance. That being said, all of those who met the Syrians, be them the Arabs or the Americans, though I'm speaking more on the Arab side, want a better Syria. They don't want an extremist Syria. They don't want, frankly, a revisionist Syria either. So the incentive's out there, but there has to be something to be delivered in response by the Syrians, which is what David just said. It has to be for all the Syrians.
Do you trust the new leadership in Syria?
Trust is a very strong word.
Yes.
But I'm ready to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Because there's no other way to move this forward, and it serves the interests of Arabs and non-Arabs to solve this in a positive sense. So I would bet, I would invest in it. The word of trust needs a couple of more.
Are you convinced that, I suppose, Turkey, Israel, these people who have had different interests in Syria, let's put it that way, that they are behind this push?
No, I don't. I definitely don't believe the Israelis are behind this at all. I do believe the Turks are favorable about this, and that's why they actually were part of the discussion with the Shah when he was in Saudi. The Israelis, after the change in regime, not only occupied more territory in the Golan, went even beyond the Golan, and have attacked airports in Syria since then, although there have been talks between the Syrians and the Israelis. So the Israelis are not yet there, and Israeli posture in the region as a whole is highly problematic.
We can come back to Israel in 1 second, but David also mentioned Iran. David, do you want to just take that forward? Now that Syria has been brought into the fold, do you think there is a chance of Iran also being brought back into the fold?
That's probably a bit over-optimistic, but there's a chance that there could be a nuclear deal that doesn't have some of the shortcomings of the previous nuclear deal that could enable the lifting of sanctions progressively and so forth as confidence is built, and that could lead to them being a more constructive player in the region than they certainly have been for many decades, noting all the damage that has been done by their proxies in this region and still being done by the Houthis, who have still not resolved the issues there. So I think it's an opportunity that all are working as hard as they can to achieve. You can see the narrowing of the differences between the U.S. position and the Iranian position. No enrichment whatsoever is the U.S. opening. Maybe that ends up being for 3 years, and then you have an opportunity to do something smaller. Again, but you can actually see this deal starting to come together. And assuming Iran then also stops some of the terrible activities that they're doing through proxies in the region, which have been so destabilizing, then you can start to see the contours of something that could be much more positive.
Do you think, I'll come to Nabil again in a second, but do you think that regime change is now slightly off the table with Iran? I remember years ago, Rumsfeld always making the point that you had two contradictory aims in Iran. One was regime change, and the other was trying to stop them getting the bomb. And the more you tried to stop them getting the bomb, the more that the population rallied to the regime.
A CIA director learns really quickly that you have to deal with the world the way it is, not the way you'd like it to be. And I never thought that regime change was at all realistic, frankly.
Very interesting. Nabil?
I think it's important to take into account what's been happening years before the visit and immediately before the visit. The Arab Gulf states have actually opened up with Iran, not in a naive sense, but in terms of, we'll talk to you, but there are requirements. This Trump visit, everybody's focusing on the numbers that Trump signed off getting. I'd actually look a bit more deeply. A lot of this is enhanced Arab Gulf capacity building, be that technology, AI, not only there are American companies, but it's actually a lot of it is here. Thirdly, the arms sales. This is all meant to be a response to the Arab Gulf and Arab world desire to be able to deal with most of its problems alone in competition with its neighbors. We understand the world is different. It's not bipolar, and it's a unique unipolar, which isn't defined even by the pole itself. Yes. So we need to do more ourselves. Therefore, when the Saudis negotiated with Iran in China, which started in Iraq, by the way, it's an indication that we're taking things on. So I think the Iran issue is moving in the right direction, but it's not there yet. We need to do more, and to do more, we need to deal with many of the other issues in the region. I'm happy that Trump reached a ceasefire with the Houthis. I'm happy that they negotiated with Hamas to get the American hostage out. Happy that they met the Syrians, of course. But Gaza, Palestine, Gaza, Palestine, Gaza, Palestine, if you don't deal with that, you're going to have many more asymmetrical conflicts in the region than we have now, because we're allowing the rule of force to proceed and prevail over the force of law.
David. Just a really quick one to highlight something the minister just said. These business deals, the headlines were Boeing, big military. This is technology out here. Again, I'm just become chairman of KKR Middle East. We want to invest in this technology. It's not the traditional fossil fuels only or petrochemicals or the rest of that. There's a huge other economy that's developing out here in states that are promoting innovation, data centers, AI, and all that goes along with that in a very significant way. And the ability to sell the most advanced chips here is one that is also very important.
But this all has geopolitical consequences, doesn't it?
Yes.
Because you now have the Gulf. I mean, Nabil, even when you were foreign minister of Egypt, Egypt might have seemed a more powerful thing than it does nowadays. The Gulf is such a suction of power and money, and as David just pointed out, technology at the moment. Just very quickly, within the Arab world, what are the consequences of that? That basically you have ever more power in the Gulf and slightly less in other parts of the Arab region?
It's not a balance of power if everybody's doing badly.
Yes.
There's no use of that. Frankly, I have no problem whatsoever with many more countries doing better and investing their capacity towards the better good. We all benefit from that. It's a new Arab world. It's different, but there's much more in common among Arabs than there is differences. Therefore, I want to see more success. I have no hesitation whatsoever in applauding anybody who succeeds, provided that we understand that we are all medium-sized countries. So, and at the end of the day, rule of law has to prevail over the rule of force. Otherwise, we will be at a detrimental situation in the long term.
One thing that Nabil mentioned earlier was the word China, because you could argue the other big thing that has changed in this region is China is showing a slightly greater role. It played a role in Saudi Arabia and Iran. David, from an American perspective, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, there's a bit of a cautionary view of that, needless to say, but let's keep in mind why that happened. It's because the U.S. is now a net exporter in both oil and natural gas. Yes, we have to import some heavy crude for our refineries because we make too much light crude. That's a seismic change, and that's a result of the energy revolution that has been most profound in the United States. We don't need the Gulf oil the way that we used to, the way we're dependent on it, say, in the Yom Kippur War aftermath and the Arab oil embargo and all the rest of this. That doesn't exist, that opportunity. It's understandable, therefore, that there is a focus more on the East. It's also South Asia, of course. It's India, another huge customer for that. So on the one hand, this is natural, it's normal, it's understandable. But yeah, there's a concern about China's influence creeping into other areas as well.
Come on to Israel and Gaza now. If you heard this morning, I think the UK, France, and Canada all basically said to Israel, if you do more than you're doing at the moment in Gaza, we're going to sanction you. And that is an escalation from the West. I mean, Nabil, first, do you think that will have any effect?
I think it will, and I think it's not enough. Despite the successful visit that Trump had in the Arab Gulf, and again, it was a success. Every day since then, Israelis have killed 100 Palestinians at least. They actually started bombing while Trump was here. That's a message to the Americans as much as it is to the rest of the Arab world. But as an Arab, when we hear that, when we see that, ultimately, our anger increases even though we want to build. My country was the first to have a peace agreement with Israel. We want to build the Middle East, not destroy it. But it cannot be by one country being in complete violation of international law of any consequence. And let me add here, frankly, the successful visit here has raised the threshold by which Trump himself will be assessed in the Middle East. Because you succeeded in doing all of this, now are you going to deliver on the politics? I mean, the real amusing part of this visit, superficially, I look at it much more deeply. Superficially, people see the superpower looking for material gain and the regional powers looking for political gain.
Yes.
Now, it's more than that. But in essence, America has to deliver on not our interest, but on international order and law. And we are losing our morality, not only in the region, but globally. You cannot come and ask us to take positions based on law or morality elsewhere if you ignore it in our own region.
To be fair to Trump, I think he's a very transactional president who doesn't tend to focus as much on morality as previous ones. But David, I wanted to ask you, do you think that something has changed in the American-Israel axis? There has been, some people, very obviously Trump did not go to Israel this time. There is now this sign of other Western powers putting pressure on Israel about Gaza. Do you think something has changed at all?
It's hard to say. There may be something that has changed a bit. The challenge that I've always seen, and again as a former military commander who conducted a comprehensive civil military counterinsurgency campaign in Iraq and somewhat similar in Afghanistan, has been that the strategy that Israel has pursued has not actually achieved their three stated objectives: destroy Hamas, prevent Hamas from governing again, and get the hostages back. Each of those has been only partially achieved. But moreover, that there should be a fourth objective that their military should be trying to achieve as well, which is to provide a better future for the Palestinian people in Gaza, without Hamas in their lives. In essence, this is what we set out to do in major urban areas of Iraq that al-Qaeda had taken over. And by the way, Hamas is an Islamist extremist organization. It is not reconcilable by and large. And that was how al-Qaeda was viewed in Iraq. You go into Fallujah, Ramadi, Baku, but we told the people in advance, we want to make your lives better by getting al-Qaeda out of your neighborhoods, out of your lives, and we will then stay and provide security for you with population control measures, biometric ID cards, and rebuilding and restoration of basic services and so forth. And I just don't see that approach here. Clear and leave the way they've been doing, or just pushing populations all over. Hamas is still roughly the same strength they were at the beginning. They're not capable companies, battalions, brigades the way they were. Now they're insurgents. They're guerrillas. And the kind of campaign that is being pursued is not a counterinsurgency. It's more of a counterterrorism where you go in and kill a bunch of bad guys and then leave. And so that's difficult. And that's why they haven't destroyed Hamas yet. They've degraded them considerably, but they can't destroy them with that strategy. It's why they haven't kept Hamas from being the guys with the most guns, which gives you governance to the degree that there is any in Gaza. And, of course, the final hostages, there will be really tough conditions for Israel to accept, some of which I don't think they should accept, such as ever leaving the control of the border between southern Gaza and Egypt, under which, in tunnels, and through which, and the Rafah crossing, so much of the materiel and so forth that allowed Hamas to create this incredible subterranean architecture and capability.
Do you think the underlying problem is because that has been a Netanyahu strategy rather than an Israeli military strategy of the people you know well?
I do believe that, and I had long conversations with Yoav Gallant, and I think one of the principal reasons he was probably replaced is that he kept asking, what is the political end state that we're trying to seek? What will it look like? What do you want it to look like? And he's never got an answer, nor have we.
Can I jump in,
very
John,
quickly, and then we'll jump to Ukraine.
Sure. This is not, we're in military operations, but the objective is political.
Yes.
The Israelis do not want to withdraw from Gaza under any circumstances. They do not want to withdraw from the West Bank under any circumstance. No matter how efficient your military can be, and I, of course, cannot at all challenge what the general is saying militarily, there will be resistance to occupation. So what really is required here, there has to be a clear, concrete commitment to ending the conflict, and how, and we can negotiate the steps to get there. But unless Elon, the former head of Shin Bet, was on television recently, and he was asked, what's your response to October 7th? He said, I condemn Hamas, and my response is a two-state solution. And he was asked, are you rewarding Hamas? He said, no, I'm securing Israel. We don't trust each other, and they want a state, and we want a state. We need to resolve not only the crisis, but the conflict.
If you have a political end state, if you understand, let's say it's Hamas or Gaza without Hamas in it, governed by Palestinians, for Palestinians, securing themselves, all done progressively, to be sure. This isn't going to happen overnight by any means, and Hamas is going to resist mightily. But if you had that end state, his military could tell him how you achieve it. Those who have experience with civil military counterinsurgency campaigns could tell him how to succeed it, noting that this is probably vastly more difficult than anything, than all of what we did in Iraq put together. The challenges here are staggering. This is the most fiendishly difficult military problem imaginable, but it is not impossible.
On the subject of fiendishly difficult military problems, just one quick last diversion, because there is another hot war on this continent. Ukraine, David, I think you've been there 6 times since 2022. You just come back. Trump this morning basically said, it's a European problem. Let them sort it out. What's your view?
Well, I don't see President Putin in any way eager to stop fighting. What we should have done long ago was provide so much more assistance to Ukraine that they could have changed the dynamics on the battlefield to make Putin realize that he cannot achieve further gains at acceptable costs, and noting that what's acceptable to him in costs is absolutely staggering. The estimates approach now 1 million killed and wounded Russians over the course of the last several years. And I just don't see him willing to negotiate seriously. His demands are essentially regime change, demilitarization, and become part of the Russian sphere of influence, all three of which are totally unacceptable, not just to President Zelensky, not just to the Ukrainian people, but also to Europeans very much, and I think should be for us as well. You cannot reward this kind of brutal, barbaric, unprovoked, naked aggression.
Do you think the Ukrainians, there seems to be some evidence recently that they are doing better on the battlefield? Do you think
again, I saw what I saw. They're producing 3.5 million drones this year themselves. This is a country that is producing tomorrow's technology for today's wars and employing it incredibly impressively. We struggle to produce sort of today's technology for tomorrow's wars. So what they're doing is truly, it's just absolutely unprecedented and exceptional. How does a nation that has no navy sink 1/3 of the Russian Black Sea Fleet? Aerial drones that find the ships, maritime drones that sink them. They're making the Russians pay for every inch of additional territory that they take. I asked the commanding general of their forces 2 weeks ago, how many drones did you employ on the previous day? He said 6,000. Think about that. They don't have manpower. They're heavily outnumbered. They're heavily outgunned, although, boy, their heavy artillery rounds are plentiful this year. The U.S. pipeline is full for another 4 to 6 months. Europeans are very much coming online, and the progress by the Ukrainians in this unmanned warfare that is the future of conflict has been breathtaking.
So in a circumstance where they do not get peace and they have to hold out throughout the summer, you are reasonably confident they would manage to do that?
Yes, I think they can. They certainly will try to do that, and I think that the likelihood is that they could indeed do that.
How do you talked about America's image around the world and stuff, and the West's image. Nabil, just to finish on this, when you look at Ukraine, what do you feel about that from this region?
My position personally, and I know many in the region, any occupation of territory by force is a violation of international law. There's no exceptions to that. And I've said that, by the way, to the Russians, myself in Moscow. That being said, the world order was established on 2 parameters, post-World War II. Balance of power, East-West, and spheres of influence that neither side went too far into violating. The balance of power broke, the spheres of influence were therefore violated. Putin told me in 2014 personally, I've been treated in undignified fashion and I will react. He did not say he's going to war. This was February 2014. So I have no problem whatsoever standing up anywhere against use of force. But ultimately, we need to also develop a system in order today, and I think the West missed the opportunity, frankly, because it was so dominant, where it's about a balance of interests, not about a balance of power. Balance of power shift. And today the West is really looking for who are we together or not, and what do we actually want to do. That's even more important than the relations with the East, or if you want, the previously non-aligned states and so on.
And one very last thing then to David, with the West in an identity crisis, do you buy that?
No, I think there were some rocky moments, certainly. What's really interesting is to see how the Europeans are stepping up. Kudos to President Trump for doing something no previous president has been able to do, even though every one of them was frustrated that Europeans were not doing enough to provide for their own security on their own continent. He certainly has galvanized that. His words have been a catalyst for them, and it's very interesting to see how they're responding. And by the way, anybody who thinks that the Article 5 collective self-defense component of NATO is threatened by what's going on should just remember that there are U.S. forces in the countries that are contiguous to, share borders with Russia, and I think that's the most powerful deterrent of all. Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, sizable U.S. forces deployed there, and they'll stay deployed there.
That is a very reassuring place to end a conversation that has sometimes not been quite so reassuring, but thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Nabil, thank you very much
for coming. Thank you all.
Please welcome to the stage His Excellency Sheikh Bender bin Mohammed bin Saud Al Thani, Governor of the Qatar Central Bank and Chairman of the Qatar Investment Authority. Cha De-jun, Managing Director of the Monetary Authority of Singapore. And Mary Callahan Erdos, CEO of Asset and Wealth Management of JP Morgan, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Jomana Bersetchi.
Hello again, everybody. Our conversation is going to be about balance and reward. And certainly there's been quite a lot of risk to financial markets this year, maybe not a lot of reward, depending which side you were positioned. Your Excellency, I'd like to start with you, because if there is one word I would say that has come up time and time again in my conversations with people vis-a-vis the global growth outlook, it's been the word uncertainty. So many questions about where all of the US administration's policy decisions are going to lead us, the impact that is going to have not only on US growth, but global growth as well. There has been a bit of progress recently on trade talks. There was a breakthrough of some sorts in terms of dialogue between US and China last week. Where does this all leave us? How do you see the outlook for growth into the rest of this year?
Thank you for having me, Jomana. As you know, that the global economy is slowing down. And I believe that because due to various factors such as, first of all, geopolitical tension and, declining in working age population in many countries, as well as environmental changes. The recent development in tariffs, as you mentioned, have further compounded on the slowdown. What I believe that we don't know yet what will be, the result of tariffs. So tariffs is compounded, but global economy is already in a slowing down mode. In regard to financial market, I believe that the financial market, we have witnessed, very high volatility in financial market and stock market recently because of the increasing of uncertainties. And unless we have more stable economy, more stable environment, this volatility might, continue. Also, on the other hand, we have witnessed an increased risk of financial instability. I'm not worried about, regulated financial institutions, because they are very well capitalized, very high liquid. My worry is about, non-bank financial institutions and the risk associated with them. This is the area where I'm worried about. I want to highlight as well, that most of the governments, they are in a very high debt level. So it will be difficult for most of the governments those days to support their economy, to support, their financial sector in case of any crisis happened in a place. So my view is that we are in slowing down mode. Is there going to be a recession or not? Technically, we are not yet in recession. Mm-hmm. However, the recent data showing that there is a low probability of a recession in coming future.
Mm-hmm. And recession probabilities tend to move around with these trade discussions. So there's a bit of a correlation going on there. Durjan, I'd like to turn to you. On Friday, Moody's downgraded U.S.'s sovereign credit rating. You've now got no single U.S. credit rating agency that has U.S. rated AAA. The dollar is back, it's down about 6% this year. 30-year yields are climbing up to 5%. As a strategic investor, has your perception of safe haven assets in the U.S. changed because of the events over the last couple of months?
Yeah,
Thanks, Jemima, for the question. But first of all, great pleasure to be here in Qatar. Fantastic to be in a place where it's so striking in its vision and also in its implementation of that vision. The question, I think, has come up quite a lot, and I think probably motivated by the events between April 2nd and April 9th, where there was a simultaneous decline in U.S. equities, bonds, and the U.S. dollar, when traditionally the dollar has provided an offset to declining risk sentiments. And that didn't happen this time, and it behaved a little bit more as an emerging market asset. That, I think, generated quite a lot of discussion. I think in conversations with market participants, I think there is talk about an interest in rotation and diversification. And these flows have been quite varied. So in Europe, the flows have been about rotation because there's been a relatively more positive story about Europe coming out of a change in policy, and also the relative value in European assets. In Asia, I think the conversation has also been a little bit different, which is that Asian currencies were a little bit hit harder in the first phase of the tariff announcements. And with some of the better news that was coming out post-April 9th, with the suspension and so on, there was re-rating of the prospects for Asia. That's one. The second, of course, is that there is generally an overweight exposure to US assets from Asian investors, a lot of it unhedged, in fact, most of it unhedged. And so some changes in that sentiment and the read of the direction of the market can cause an outsized reaction, as did happen in the last week of April, where Asian currencies did go up quite sharply. Now, I think the question going forward is, how do you see this? Is this cyclical? Is this structural? And there are elements of both going on, but we have to disentangle the two. On the cyclical side, markets are pricing in slower growth, prospect of higher inflation in the US, and questions over how the fiscal situation will be resolved in the coming months and what the fiscal trajectory will be going forward. And then, of course, the rating agency action is a reflection of that uncertainty about the fiscal trajectory for the US. So it's important to resolve those issues.
Yeah, just as a follow-up to that, the Trump administration doesn't like, quote unquote, governments to meddle too much with their currencies. And in Singapore, it's a special case because you set policy via currency. And I just wonder to what extent that has to be factored into your decision-making in an environment where the dollar seems to be persistently weakening.
So we manage according to a basket, and so it's not primarily the US dollar, so it's quite a diversified basket of currencies that we manage against. We manage it against a band, and we're on an appreciating slope of that band. So generally, the Singapore dollar is appreciating against our trading partners. And there's room within the basket for volatility, so we're not overly concerned about the bilateral exchange rate with any one currency pair. And so there is room for us to manage within that. And generally, over decades, we have built up credibility in our monetary policy regime that market participants will take our signal, and usually the market will bring and help us implement that policy and bring us to where we need to be.
Well, Mary, you and I were on a panel in Davos a couple of months ago with His Excellency as well, and we were talking about the outlook for banking this year. And all of the panelists were very excited about the prospects of having a pro-growth administration, what that would mean for the banking sector. And you actually used the term, we've got a war chest that we're ready to deploy. Have you deployed the war chest? How's it going?
Yes, not yet, but I first just wanted to say, I really wanted to thank Mayor Bloomberg and all of the Bloomberg administration here for bringing this to be the 5th annual Economic Forum. It is a really, really important thing, and in many ways, Bloomberg is often in advance of the rest of us. And so, and Your Excellency, thank you so much for allowing us to be with you here today for this very important discussion. JP Morgan has been in the region for 92 years. And we serve across 15 different countries. Right after the great financial crisis, we only had about 100 people here. And today, we have 370, and that'll probably be about 500 in the coming year or two. And it's a very exciting place for us to be. And as a matter of fact, I had mentioned we are going to have the JP Morgan leadership team. There's about 700 of us that are going to come and kick off the year of 2026 right here in this great hotel. So I think it is a very exciting time for everybody to be thinking about this. And I think it very much dovetails with all of the conversations that we've had. Actually, the Prime Minister made a great point, which is the World Cup is very much like an IPO of the country, and you can feel it when you're here live and in person. And I think that there's so many things happening in the world where it is a time of great risk, but it is a time of great opportunity, and figuring out how to navigate that is really important. The conversation about the dollar is an equally important one. U.S. exceptionalism has been something that the U.S. is very proud of. But with the world order changing and reshaping itself as people try to figure out where they are, you have $16 trillion worth of foreigners in the U.S. stock market, and just 1% of that is a $160 billion move in the U.S. dollar. So the thoughts of where the dollar goes, you remember back last August when the yen had its short-term movement problems, and the markets had a very unsettling, rattled time period for a day or two, especially over that weekend, August 7th, I think it was. And so these are times where you really have to think about what is the right long-term asset allocation. You have been very strong in your feelings about weathering the storm, thinking about your long-term asset allocation. I don't think rating agencies change what people are going to think about allocating to the U.S. versus Europe versus Asia, and of course here in the Middle East. I think it's what are the opportunities. You look at the GDP growth of the country here, and we've got a 2.5% rate going north. You got a lot of exciting things. You have foreign direct investments, which you have targets of growing quite nicely, and you have to think about that for your overall asset allocation. And you have to think, how many assets do I have that may have gotten overweight in a particular area? U.S. has seen a great appreciation, and you have a lot of people that are overweight that. And so I think there's really just a readjustment of how people think about their overall asset allocation.
A rebalancing of the portfolio as opposed to a structural move out.
Yes.
Since you mentioned IPOs, I do want to ask you, because trading has been busy. It's been a good quarter for banks because of financial market volatility.
Yes.
What is the outlook for deal making into the second half of the year at this point?
Yeah, I think we're going to have a pretty healthy rest of the year here. So as we all know, we went through the month of April. 3 of the 4 most volatile days in the stock market ever were in the month of April 2025. So these are unprecedented times for those of you who are new into the marketplace. And it's not normal that you have volumes surge to double or triple the levels that they are trading on average. But those are providing opportunities once the markets resettle to think about where things are going. You see a lot of deal conversations happening. We have been very busy on the capital market side, and I think you're going to see the market start to open up here. We have some happening in Asia, some of the largest that we've had in a long time, and we're excited about it. And I think the markets are ready for it.
Yeah. Your Excellency, let me ask you about the inflation outlook. We spoke about growth and the fact that recession probabilities just in the last couple of weeks have started edging lower again. At the same time, I thought it was interesting, the University of Michigan survey came out showing that inflation expectations have been moving upwards. How do you see the inflation outlook, and obviously relevant given the currency is pegged to the USD?
Actually, there been significant improvement in the inflation in the last couple of years. However, recently, the inflation brought to the table again because of the recent development in tariffs. In my point of view, it's not just tariff, it's about tariff and geopolitical tension. So that's all bring the inflation probability to increase again. Today, we don't know yet what will be the impact of tariff on inflation. What is going to be the size, where it's going to hit, how long it's going to take. This is not clear for central bankers yet. So unless we have data about the tariffs and the impact of tariffs in the prices, central banks cannot move forward. But in my view, that central banks, they have the ability and also the willingness to contain inflation in coming future, but there will be slowdown in inflation improvement in the coming few months until the tariffs, tariffs things get settled.
Where do you think the biggest growth drivers are going to come from? We spoke about some of the short-term uncertainties vis-a-vis the outlook, but if you think about more medium-term, long-term, are there any secular growth areas that exist that are away and dislocated from what we're discussing around trade and the uncertainty of trade?
So thanks. Maybe if I can just take 1 or 2 minutes to come to an earlier point about the dollar and US assets on the structural side. So I think in the transition in the near term, there are some pricing in of some of the new developments, but structurally, I think we have to think about the enduring advantages of dollar-based assets. They are the dominant safe assets for use in the financial system, deeply embedded. $28 trillion US Treasury market is fundamental and systemic to the global financial system, and there is no alternative for this point. Now, structurally, how could that change? I think then it becomes a question of the fiscal trajectory and what market participants, how much confidence or uncertainty market participants project onto that fiscal trajectory. And that becomes important. And also other policies that either reinforce confidence or take away confidence in US-based assets. So that, for now, I think is a reasonably stable outlook. But I think the near term is where we have to look for continued market signals. Now, coming to a question about where growth will come from. In the near term, there is still a lot of front-loading going on. We see that in our data, the hard data coming out of Asia. So it's true in China, it's true in Southeast Asia, that the front-loading or the inventory build-up ahead of tariffs that we saw starting from late last year, carried on into the first quarter, and we're seeing that in the April data as well. But looking ahead, I think it will be a story of two halves. There will be a payback for that inventory build-up, and that's probably going to come in the second half. And we're seeing some of the survey-based data soften already. So, the PMIs have already started to soften. So we'll probably see that come through, but there will be sectors that will continue to grow. Semiconductors, for instance. Now, this is a strategic sector. The US wants to onshore more of it, and we're seeing new investment plantings in the US already growing in the data. So even in 2024, before the tariffs, that onshoring will happen. But nevertheless, global demand is big and rising, and there are many concurrent projects that are in the pipeline for semiconductors, some of them in Singapore, and several more in our region. But globally, there are many new plantings that have been planned to meet the demand from AI and the numerous applications of AI in all industries. So semiconductors will still be a growth story.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might just add, I think it's technology in general. His Excellency was telling us about a lot of the exciting things he's seeing in the technology space with people he's talking to. And it's just, you cannot quite calculate the impact of what technology is going to do to all companies. So technology itself is going to be a tremendous investment, particularly in the semiconductor and other space, chips, et cetera. But when you think about the power of what AI can do for all companies to reduce costs, potentially to offset whatever tariffs are going to creep into cost increase, I don't know exactly how that offset will work and whether one will come before the other, and that will be a question of whether the consumer can bear it. But if you think about the ability to drive those costs down through efficiencies in these companies, that's why these multiples have stayed so strong across the board. And then you think to yourself, well, which multiples are higher than the others? And you look at just the dichotomy as an example between the US and Europe, and you say to yourself, well, if AI is sort of the equalizer and it can help all companies everywhere, irrespective of whether the AI technology was made in the US or made in Europe, you could really get a benefit from some of those companies around the world. So I think this is exciting across the board. The question is whether inflation creeps in too fast before that. And a little bit to this inventory point is just something I want to make mention of. There has been a pull forward in purchases, people nervous about tariffs. Let me buy in advance of that. Let me pull forward that inventory that I see. So you've got a little bit that may have been overly frothy, I guess, maybe in these numbers, as you've seen the first quarter, second quarter. You've now had comments from Walmart and the like about how much people will need to pass through to the consumer. Just in the JP Morgan consumer data, we bank half the households in the United States of America, and we have the largest credit card data that we can see on a daily basis. It has not yet affected the very hungry consumer in the US that constantly spends. And so the question will be every day as you watch that, are you starting to see early signs? Are you starting to see a little substitute down and going to a restaurant that may be a little bit cheaper? Flights have softened up a little bit. And so all those things are just on the margin to be watched.
I do want to round up with a question, though, because the fiscal situation in the U.S. has come up. Both of our panelists, His Excellency and MD, has spoken about it too. Do you think that just structurally the world is going to have to get used to higher interest rates, long-term interest rates in the U.S. to reflect the fact that these deficits are wide, the debt load is huge, the servicing costs keep going up. It's the second biggest outlay for the U.S. government. And those budget deficits don't seem to be going away anytime soon. So do you think we will just have to live in an environment of higher yields to reflect that, long-term yields?
Well, I think you've got this dichotomy in the world of central banks who have been raising rates, cutting rates. There is a dichotomy already. You've got the emerging markets that's diverged from the developed markets, and then you have places like Europe very different than places like the U.S. Each country has to do what is in the best interest of their mandate. Some have dual mandates like the U.S., which is both inflationary and price stability as well as unemployment, and others just have one or the other. And so as those play out, you get different outcomes of that. I don't think there's one answer that says around the world we're going to have higher interest rates. But those deficits are here, and we have to solve them. We can't keep passing them on to the future generations.
Your Excellency, I'm just going to give you the final word and a few lines about the Qatar economic outlook. And I touched on it earlier with my conversation with His Excellency, the Prime Minister, and we spoke about the World Cup being a sort of IPO moment and some of the bigger plans. But more short term, what sort of an impact are you seeing from global growth uncertainties on the direction of travel for Qatar?
Actually, we are part of this world, and what's happened in the world, there is a reflect on Qatar economy as well. As His Excellency mentioned today in his speech that and his interview that we are diversifying our economy. Regarding the recent development, the tariffs and other geopolitical tension, in Qatar we have direct and indirect impact, especially in tariffs. So the direct impact is very minimum. There is no major issue with, despite that there have been imposed on us like 10% minimum tariffs. Because our export to US is less than 2%. So there is no major impact in that area. But my concern is about the indirect impact, which is the decline of energy prices. That could, affect our fiscal budget as well as current account. However, Qatar and GCC, they have very well diversified their economies. We have an ambitious plan to diversify our economy. We already execute that plan. Also, GCC and Qatar especially we have built our sovereign wealth funds that can stand and support our economy if needed. But up to now, and comparing to the oil prices at this level, we are in good stage. But if it goes below that, then there will be a concern.
Let's see what happens. Panelists, thank you so much for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you to our speakers for that insightful session. Well, we're actually going to do our first poll now, so please get out your phones. This is going to be fun, hopefully, and scan the QR code behind me. It's going to show up in just a moment. So if you scan that QR code right now, you are going to need to register a few details, so it will take a few minutes for you to be able to do that. If you haven't registered already, it will take a few moments. So please do that now if you pull out your phones and check out those QR codes. And we're going to ask a poll question now. Will the U.S. exceptionalism trade make a comeback this year? U.S. exceptionalism was mentioned on my prior panel, but it is the view that U.S. assets will outperform assets from around the rest of the world, i.e., will U.S. still be able to outperform? Will these equity markets outperform other markets? And that was a big theme at the beginning of this year. It came under question a couple of months ago. And so now we're asking you whether you think that theme is going to make a comeback or not. So it's a simple yes or no question. And I'm going to refer to it, actually, in our next session. So for our next session, I will be sitting down with the CEO of the Qatar Investment Authority for his first live engagement since taking the role. Please, everybody, join me in welcoming Mohammed Saeed Al Suwaidi to the stage. Very good to be speaking with you, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
Your first live speaking engagement since you took on the role, so it's really good to be talking to you. So given this is your first sit down with us in a televised format, I just want to start with your vision for the fund. Walk us through what you are planning for QIA and potentially how it differs from what it was doing in the past, if not at all.
First of all, thank you for having me, and I'd like to share some of the views on QIA. So first of all, we're very proud of what we do. We believe it is really investing for good. The vision of QIA is to accumulate and grow the net worth for the fund, so ultimately be able to add and contribute back to the state and future generations. It's a very noble goal to start with. Also, it's a very big ship. So as we steer the ship, it makes a lot of sense from time to time to revise and think about what you're doing and how to improve it, especially when you think of markets that are very complex and environments that are ever-changing. I wouldn't say really we have major movements or strategic movements for the fund. I think we have a very strong fund, and I've been in it for 15 years. But I think with time, we're increasing our pace when it comes to specializations, which areas, which priorities to focus on, and how do we invest in human talent internally. So we have the best human talent and the best strategic and agility to be able to continue to become an outperformer in markets that are quite complex to navigate through.
Last week, you made the announcement that QIA are looking to invest $500 billion in the U.S. over the next decade. So quick back-of-the-envelope math, that's about $50 billion a year if you just divide by 10. Before I ask you about what those investment opportunities are, how does that figure actually compare to what QIA was investing in the U.S. in prior years?
It increases the pace for sure. So I think some years probably increases by double, and some years probably by more than double what we've been doing for the past 5 or 6 years. As you know, His Highness indicated openly that a lot of the additional reserves sales that's coming from the LNG expansion will be routed to the Future Generations Fund. And since you're a beneficiary of that guidance, it's very important for us to think organically, how do we grow? And U.S. is 60% of the available trading markets in the world. So it makes sense that most of it will go to the US market. We also believe in the robustness of the US systems, the growth perspective that the US enjoys. So we'll continue being there, but it's definitely a major uplift. So part of the key mandates that we have now in QIA is how do we prepare ourselves and systems to be able to grow systematically, significantly in size, both in terms of people, but more importantly in terms of how to continue to be and thrive to become a very excellent investor in those markets.
Yeah. On that note,
but it's a major uplift for sure.
It is
and
a
it's a
major
huge
uplift.
amount, quantum of capital. What our evaluation now is that how do you position ourselves, how to become efficient investors, and what areas and themes to focus on.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you about that. Let me just bring up the poll results because we asked the audience to get involved with this. So, will U.S. exceptions in trade make a comeback this year? Only 54% of people say yes. The rest say no. So not everyone is as optimistic on a relative basis as some of the other people that we've spoken to in the room. Let me ask you from QIA's perspective, and of course you have a more long-term view on the U.S., obviously. Where are the areas that you want to get involved in the U.S.? What are the biggest themes you're interested in right now?
There are themes, I would kind of classify them as it's a very general question, but if I make it a little bit narrower and think about the U.S. and major industries within the U.S., they tie in global themes as well. So one of the key themes we're spending a lot of time on is digitalizations in areas that add value. So as you think of digitalization, and AI is definitely in the center of it, and we're looking for how do we spend time and which industries do you invest in? Digital investors becoming more and more digital or AI enabled, that actually adds value to economic growth. And this, we think could be time because you have a strong hardware power and you have a strong software power as we see, and it's accelerating significantly. But a very important, another element, which is changes in demographics. More AI-enabled softwares and applications may improve the people's lives and actually increase productivity in times where demographics are decreasing everywhere around the world. So this, I would say, is a major theme. So digitalization and AI-related technologies. And we think of it technology, but in reality, a lot of the businesses coming up and claiming to be technologies that are actually cannibalizing a lot of traditional businesses. A second very important area, which is also U.S. is a big part of it, given the current policies that administration is pushing for, is how do we think of the world from a globalization to deglobalization or fragmented economies. And if you look into the data over the past 20, 30 years, this has already been happening. So to share some stats, the U.S. amount of trades with China was about, so U.S. amount of trade with China was about 20%. 22%, if you think of 2018 or so. This year, it's around 13%. So it's a major reduction of the amount of trading relationships and capital on goods between China and the U.S. And if you look at from different perspectives, so if you ask and say, what is emerging markets doing with each other, you'll notice a significant increase in amount of trades. Yeah. So another important element to the U.S. is how do we take advantage and position ourselves on the areas of supply chain reconfigurations in light of also what's happening with the U.S. around trades and encouraging, establishing trades. Also, if you look into the data in the U.S., I cannot recollect exact years, but I think probably toward the late 90s or mid-90s, 30% of the U.S. GDP was attributed to industrial activities, while now it's around 10% or so.
Yeah.
So the U.S., in addition to supply chain configuration and trades, logistics and ports and things of that sort of infrastructure, you also may have a need for further industrialization within the U.S. in a world that will become a little bit more kind of globalized. The third area, which is not really a theme, but I think there is a lot of things changing on the correlations and underlying risks and of various parts of the markets. So as you've seen, there is significant reduction in terms of a high level of volatility and significant reduction at some points between the correlation relationship between equities and bonds, for example. In a world where there is more also, again, a trade and related and things of that sort, you expect to see more foreign currency volatility, more interest rate volatility. So the third one, I would say, more tactical. So one is around digitalization and technology. I think it's a key aspect across industries. The second one around supply chain in a new world. The third one is around how do you become tactically aware and agile when it comes to your portfolio and asset management policies.
Well, let me ask you about your tactical allocation. And are you reducing exposure to any asset class?
We are thinking hard in terms of underlying risks. The interest rate environment was much higher past few years. Now we're thinking is how much should we allocate to fixed income, for example.
Interesting.
Right? In a world where there is a lot of challenges, you may end up investing in businesses that are not necessarily fixed income or credit related, but they have similar attributes and could offer you more growth. So to answer your question tactically, I think we're revising very deeply how much we should have in fixed income as a conservative asset class. And we're thinking very deep also some of the traditional asset classes that we have, and whether we need to increase or decrease some of those asset classes as well, like infrastructure and real estate.
Let me ask you a question about your AUM, because His Excellency earlier in the morning talked about the fact that new inflows are going to be coming in. What is your expectation for how big the fund is going to be by 2030?
We haven't run the final model, I'll be very honest with you.
Roughly?
We haven't run a model, honestly. I don't really have the exact number. Also, it will be bad because they may say a number and then underperform as a fund and not meet it. Because it would have to come from two factors. First, investing wisely to outperform and get there, and then the inflows. So I don't want to hold myself accountable for underperformance.
Okay, but assuming that the fund continues to grow in size, which I think is a fair assumption, we don't have to pin down a number, is that going to change the way you invest? Because you will have to invest for opportunities that can give you scale?
Definitely. So QI performance has been strong, and we expect with some of the things we're doing internally for it even to be stronger. We strengthen it through specializations and focusing on the right areas and constantly revising and thinking about our asset allocation policy. But as the fund size grow in size, this will push us to have even longer duration on the portfolio. So we can take longer term bets and themes and industries and specific technologies or other businesses and take advantage of the liquidity premium to underperform. So I don't expect major change in the style, but I think it will be more refined and will focus on areas to take advantage more of our ability to have a larger fund and also think of longer duration.
Fair to say perhaps a bigger emphasis on direct investments then in the future?
That is Qatar, you mean?
Yes.
I mean, we have a good emphasis on direct investments. A lot of the partners we have been and think of globalization. A lot of them think about supply chain solutions, decentralizing industries. So from our mandates, it's our responsibility to pass them along and be the kind of holding the hand and try and introduce them to the domestic stakeholders to encourage them to think of Qatar as a destination. And starting as an investor is also good because they've seen when we promise, we stick to our words and we stood beside our partners in good time and difficult times. So it resonates when they think that you're inviting them to have business in Doha.
Yeah. More and more funds have been looking into opportunities in private credit. And maybe I should link that back to what you were saying about fixed income and finding opportunities between public and private. In that space, do you think it has become more challenging to find decent investment opportunities simply because so many funds have an interest in those assets?
It's definitely a crowded market compared to 7 or 8 years ago. We started in scale in the United States, I would say 6, 7 years ago, when we thought it was an interesting time. COVID enabled us also to do more. It's becoming a very crowded market, I would say. And the other problem with private credit is you may underwrite a private credit thinking it's actually a credit piece, but when issues come by, you realize it's more underwriting. So our strategy when it comes to private credit is to focus on managers and to go with scale, and many times actually be on a pilot seat. So we have kind of an SMA accounts with a lot of the managers we have, so we can put the dial, which is more risk or less risk. I'm very proud of the team we have also within QIA doing that.
Yeah. Earlier on, you were talking about one of the thematics, and that is digitalization, artificial intelligence. Interesting that when President Trump was in the region last week, many partnerships and deals were announced. And I wonder whether that's also an avenue for QIA to be involved too, in terms of securing and working with US companies for the advancements of AI technology in the region and in Qatar, obviously.
Yeah. We're investing a lot in the US, extensively. So we started investing in data centers and some of them in AI, in the AI and hyperscale space about 10 years ago. So when we started originally, we were hesitant really about the asset class. When we developed familiarity after a couple of years, we did deploy in size. I'll tell you, we're very happy with what we've done early because those things are very valuable now. Because when you do things early, you have the ability to negotiate better terms. So we've have access to a lot of assets in the US. Overall, we've invested and have exposure to about 5 gigawatts as a QIA. And we've done it systematically with discipline. When it comes to AI, which is the applications on top, we've also been active, both in the hardware, both in the infrastructure software. So we've invested this year a significant ticket, $500 million in Databricks. And also, we've been also active on the application size. We've been hesitant to come the application size of things for a while, but have been quite active this year as things materialize. We also invested significantly on XAI. We thought they have a superb focus on a fully integrated system and solution. So we've been active from last year, and we also redeployed again with them this year. So we've been active. In the US, we also have a good track record. I think one of the things with the Mr. President Trump policies is encouraging, as a lot of people trying to encourage investors to come to the United States. And I think they came to the realization that capital coming from an entity like QIA or Qatar is a very welcomed capital because it's quite commercially driven and speaks to the same values of entrepreneurs.
Yeah, well, that's a good place to leave it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time with us today. Fascinating to get insights on how your vision is for QIA.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
We're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%. In other words, they charge us, we charge them less. So how could anybody be upset?
So we really need to change the way trade works around the world.
All businesses, big and small, will suffer from day one.
Canada will be implementing 25% tariffs against $155 billion worth of American goods.
Please welcome to the stage His Excellency Bandar Ibrahim Abdullah Al Khuraif, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and Nadi Al Saleh, Chairperson of Agility, and Leiti Tutwe, Vice Chairwoman of Vingroup, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix.
Well, thank you to everyone in the room, and thank you so much to our panelists. Now, we have 18 minutes, so we have to get to work to talk about tariffs and trade and building resilience in either your countries or your companies. Now, I love this panel because it's a good mix of private sector and public, so we have it from all angles. Minister, let me start off with you, because you're really, you oversee major Vision 2030 initiatives, including the push to create a homegrown metals and mining industry. How does Saudi Arabia look at its suite of initiatives with, industrial power on what to prioritize to stand the test of time, given the changes, not only in technology, but also energy and geopolitics?
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here in Doha, and I would like to, first of all, congratulate the organizers. We need more and more events to talk about what's happening in the region. I think it's clear to say and easy to say that today in our vision, Saudi Vision 2030, diversification of our economy is key. And definitely mining and industry are both areas where we can see great opportunities that will enable us to achieve this. If we look at the progress that we have been able to make in the last 7-8 years since we launched our vision, we have been very consistent in the way we build the initiatives, the way we execute, and today we are actually seeing a lot of results on the ground. And we were talking backstage about, it's easy to have a plan, and I think a lot of people can build great plans, but what counts at the end of the day is the ability to execute. And today, I think, I like to call it in Saudi, mastering the art of execution, because execution is a lot of art. If the plan is a lot of science, and the art of execution is really being able to show all stakeholders, especially when we talk about industry, for example. It's not enough for a country to decide to have industry as a main component of its economy. There has to be a lot of engagement by private sector who are willing actually to put up the investments. Mining is a great example also of something that's definitely new, and the art of execution is really to address what kind of challenges or concerns do these investors who are interested in investing in these sectors would like a government to look at and to solve for. I will just give a quick example in mining. What we see in mining is not only the resource, which we have a lot of, but what is the main important element of mining or unlocking the mining sector is the regulatory framework. And we have been able to introduce, I would claim, one of the best, if not the best, mining investment law globally today. It's not me saying this, it's really major players in the industry talking about it, which helps solve for one of the most critical elements of investment in mining, which is time of licensing. And we have been able to reduce the licensing time from global average of 3 to 5 years to less than 6 months.
And Minister, I want to come back to exactly where you're investing, but overall, I mean, it's not easy being in the business world right now because it's so tumultuous and it changes so fast. So Hannadi, in an era of rising interest rates, deglobalization, supply chain shocks, and economic trends, frankly, that are changing week by week, what are you most concerned about in terms of, the capital that's being deployed around the world, but also cross-border?
So I think you're absolutely right. And I think about agility and where we're focused on. So we're focused on investing and operating in businesses that touch the entire value chain of the supply chain, whether it's industrial real estate, freight forwarding. And this has been impacted not simply now, but over the past few years. So if you think about the past few years and you think about trade, trade is no longer about comparative advantage or pricing efficiency. It's really become a matter of national and technological sovereignty and security. So that changes the dynamic quite a lot. And what you see over the past few years, you see countries that are geopolitically friendly trading more. In the past 3 years, they've traded close to $600 billion worth of trade in their own sectors. What does that mean? That covers around 60% of global trade. What does that imply for a lot of people, especially as companies? That means you see rises of new manufacturing hubs, new logistics hubs. Saudi Arabia, as an example. Qatar, as an example, from the top 10 cargo hubs around the world. So what does that mean as a company? It means you need to really change and shift and diversify. You need to focus on diversification, making sure you produce and your supply chain is focused on your end consumer market. And not just that, you need to think about digitization and how do you remain nimble and agile at the same time.
What does that mean for Vingroup? Again, you have different sectors, you have different exposures. So how do you think about the biggest challenges, but also where do you see the biggest opportunities?
Well, just in case you don't know, Vietnam got 46% reciprocal tariff. So that was, it came as a surprise to us. But I think we we've been dealing with it. We've been having the discussion, and I think we're going to come out of it all right. I think in our sector, we got, in automotive, we make EVs and we export to the US as well. We got an extra 25% tariff as well. So dealing with the challenges, dealing with the political uncertainties and high interest rate and all that. But I think for us, it's important to be agile and flexible. And that's how we've been doing, right? We've been making partnership in time like this. Partnership, bilateral or regional partnerships are important. Trust is important to in partnerships. And then we build our own capabilities. So luckily during the COVID time, we had to build our own vertical, supply chain in Vietnam for ourselves. So that came in handy during this time. So I think I would say that we just need to be agile and need to anticipate that there will be continued changes, and we just need to adapt to it. We've been growing as a group. We've been adding more businesses. We're adding renewable energy. We're adding infrastructure to our group, and we continue growing because we anticipate that there will be changes.
Nadi?
Yeah, no, I think you bring up some really good points, and just building on being agile, thinking about digitizing your supply chain, that is a huge opportunity. So if you think about, the application of AI in your supply chain today, when you look at supply chains, any supply chain that is digitally enabled can actually grow your revenues by 3% during any economic turmoil. Not just that, companies today only have around, limited visibility, real-time visibility. 10% of companies around the world have real-time visibility in their supply chain. So by applying digitization and AI, the thing is you can improve your inventory by around 15%, you can reduce costs by another 20%. So those are opportunities which everybody should really be aware of and heed to.
Minister, where does Saudi Arabia's mining industry, where is it looking to invest? And again, if you're looking at major deals, have they had to take a back step because of the global volatility?
No, I think it's on the contrary. I think today, if we look at many of the sectors that we target, both in mining and in industry, we are actually solving for many global challenges, especially with supply chain. We underestimated, I think the global community underestimated the need of minerals, and today we are actually in race with time to ensure that we have the right quantities of minerals and metals to satisfy the global need in energy transition, in automation, in technology, and defense, and so on. We have created the Future Mineral Forum, which addresses these challenges. It's a platform where we bring governments, we bring private sector, large mining companies, financial institutions, academia, technology providers, to look at ways of how can we introduce the right technologies, for example, to ensure that we expedite exploration, but also refining. How can we ensure that there are enough investments going to different assets to ensure also they are operating? How can governments today work together collectively to ensure that it's a seamless supply chain with regards to from the resource to the refining to the downstream and so on? And if we look at global resources of mining for today, Africa, Middle East, and Central Asia, they represent almost 33% of the global mining reserves, but yet only contribute to 6% of the output, and that's a huge gap. So the intention of also Saudi Arabia through this platform to ensure there is a right dialogue between governments to ensure that we help different countries. So that's an area where the more we improve efficiency, the more we introduce new technologies, the more we promote the right behaviors in mining, then the outcome will be more investment flowing to the sector, which will definitely help solve for the supply chain challenges.
Yeah, but Minister, Saudi Arabia is also trying to do more localized production, for example, because, for example, for autos, right, or on the Red Sea coast. So do you see more localized production to be, I guess, a little bit more hedged in these global supply chains?
Definitely. And I think the localization strategy that we have is not only to address our resilience or national security, which is a main component. I mean, I would not also underestimate the importance of the resilience, but it's more than that. It is really capturing a new value. Today, in manufacturing, for example, scale is becoming less important because of new technologies that are being introduced. I think His Excellency Faisal talked earlier about how can we look at the future jobs of the workforce. And today in manufacturing, in mining, and many of the sectors we intend to build in Saudi are all built on new technologies. How can we ensure that while we are growing our economy, we are creating the right jobs for our people? We are actually also contributing to not cater for the local market, but for the region and globally. So automotive is a sector that we have been waiting, to attract for many years. Our vision is a great enabler that brought this sector to Saudi. We are the largest country exporting cars with no local manufacturing, and I think it's the right move. And if you look at what we did as a bet in automotive, betting on EVs is showing you how we think as a country we are investing in the future.
And you've had to, I mean, we've mentioned this, right? The fact that actually your supply chains have changed quite quickly. I think VinFast has pivoted away from markets, including the US and Canada, due to the tariff situation. Like, how do you see, for example, car makers and automakers, evolving?
Well, I think for the automotive industry for the last 5 years, we've been facing challenges after challenges from supply chain. Previously, you heard about the shortage of battery, semiconductor, to getting to today when disruption in supply chain. But we built a supply chain in Vietnam. So I think I just shared with His Excellency Minister before. We started with almost zero over 7 years ago in Vietnam with no supply chain. When we launched the first car 21 months later, the local content's about 11-12%. Now we're at about 65% and keep increasing to about 80%. So it takes a little bit of time, but you just have to build the supply chain. And COVID taught us that we couldn't rely on external forces. So again, partnership and reaching in, like strengthening yourself, is important in the current time.
And Henada, you've mentioned, these shifts and changes. I guess the difficult part is knowing whether this is the new normal for a very long time, or whether some of these, tariffs are just a passing phase.
I think you talk about the new normal. What's interesting is if you look at first quarter earnings, the word uncertainties jumped close to around 50%. And it is uncertain. Is this the new normal? We don't know, but this is where you need to hedge yourself for any situation. You talk about manufacturing and also localization, and you see this trend taking place over the past 10 years where around 70% of corporates are actually reshuffling, to a certain extent, friendshoring, localizing all of their manufacturing and their supply chains in order to hedge potential disruptions and uncertainties and challenges. I think in any case, we don't know if it's a new normal, but in all cases, you have to prepare yourself with a strong balance sheet, the right talent, and digitization.
And to you both, I'll ask you in a second how basically your business strategy has changed and will change. But Minister, how do you support chief executives or chairpersons that have to deal with this kind of big challenges?
Well, I used to be in the private sector for 25 years, so I can tell you I never expected the role of government to increase as it is today. It's without government really helping private sector to capture different value, it will be very hard to see the growth in the private sector. It's also the role of governance today when we look at the interruption that has happened from the trade issues without governments really lobbying and helping and moving really towards helping private sector to be at least getting some certainty. But if we take today different technologies, AI or robotics or even logistics, without connectivity, they will never be enabled. And connectivity needs to be led by governments through the infrastructure investment, through the regulation. Cybersecurity is a big challenge. It's a concern, without really addressing the concern of private sector of how to deal also with the information age and how to deal with different technologies and making sure that they are well secured. It will be very hard to see private sector being encouraged to invest in new technologies. So I think the role of government today in infrastructure, digital and physical, in human capital development, and in setting the right policies that are very, I would say, proactively addressing the different needs and challenges of private sector, it will be very hard to see private sector flourish. And this is why really we see Saudi Arabia getting a lot of attention from global players and investors. Last year is a great demonstration of the growth we have done. 2024 was the record high export of Saudi Arabia, non-oil export. We grew from 16% contribution non-oil export to 25% contribution of our GDP in non-oil export. The non-oil, non-petrochemical growth of exports was 9% last year. So this is just showing how the right investment, the right policies, the right also engagement with private sector is giving us a lot of leverage, giving us yield. I was talking to Hanadi before. I had dinner with several CEOs a few days ago, and one of the large companies, Al-Mara'i, is a big food company in Saudi, a big, strong brand. He turned to me and he said, look, we have been getting a lot of support from the government in the last few years. We are always asking you for things. Now I want to ask you, what can we as Al-Mara'i do for you? This is just showing you the kind of appreciation that we are getting from private sector, and we will continue to do that because we are keen in having Saudi Arabia perceived as the right place to invest in manufacturing, in mining and logistics.
I mean, given this shift, Nadia, how do you see your business strategy actually being reshaped in the next 3 to 5 years?
I think it's really, from our perspective, because our roots, even though we're a global company today, our roots is started from the GCC, and it started on the back of, as you talked about, public-private partnerships. From our perspective, we'll continue doubling down on it. We'll continue doubling down on our investments in core markets in which we're strong in and which have that consumer demand, natural resources in order to be able to grow in.
And Tui, how do you see business, changing in the longer term?
Like I mentioned before, our organization, Vingroup, we're the largest private conglomerate in Vietnam, but we're still growing like crazy. We started getting into the sector that we never thought we would be in before, renewable energy, infrastructure, railway, and all that. And our country, Vietnam, just is also changing rapidly. Like the government is optimizing itself, reducing people, merging the ministry, merging the provinces, and becoming more and more efficient. So leading the way, and also relying, vocally announcing that relying more on the private sector to grow. So we feel like we have in challenges, there are opportunities. There are a lot of opportunities for private sector, for corporates to grow. So I'm quite positive about the future. I understand that there are uncertainties, there are issues, but very, very positive about the future.
Well, thank you so much. A big round of applause, please, for my wonderful panelists on doing global business in difficult times. Thank you.
Thank you.
This morning sessions, everybody. Please join us for lunch just outside this room. We also invite you to attend one of our lunch breakout briefings starting at 1:45 p.m. at the Fairmont Hotel. Where to Invest right now, sponsored by QNB in Breakout Room 1. The New Reality of Globalization and Trade, that is Breakout Room 2. We also invite you to explore the activations and exhibits taking place throughout the forum space, showcasing the creativity, heritage, and talent of Qatar and the region. Event staff are on hand to direct you. And if you're interested in a complimentary 3-month subscription to Bloomberg News, scan the QR code on the screen to learn more. Now, please join us back here at 3 p.m. for our afternoon program, which includes sessions on aviation, banking, and a live virtual interview with none other than Elon Musk. We'll see you then.
others. Have you noticed? It can be that spark in your curiosity, or the desire to create something new, something only you could have brought to life. Maybe you felt it in the excitement of discovering extraordinary things, and in the sights that feed your imagination, that excite you for the future, that make you want to learn about the past. Over decades, Qatar Museums has nurtured art, culture, and education, bringing the world to Qatar and Qatar to the world. Because we understand that these are the things we live for.
Please welcome to the stage Engineer Badr Mohammed Al-Mir, Group CEO of the Qatar Airways Group, Jane Herdlicka, former CEO of Virgin Australia, and Datuk Captain Izam Ismail, Group Managing Director of the Malaysia Aviation Group, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Jemana Bersetchi.
Welcome back from lunch, everybody. I hope you had a good rest. Because strap yourselves in, we're going to have a very good conversation now about aviation and the power of partnerships. Engineer Badr, I'd like to start with you, and we will be talking about the power of partnerships and networks. But you and I sat down for an interview a couple of weeks ago. Since then, you've been on a record-breaking streak. Record-breaking earnings came through yesterday, posting a 2.15 billion profit for the year. Also put in a record-breaking order for Boeing jets when President Trump was in the region last week. I'd like to point that success down to our interview a couple of weeks ago, but I think that's not the case. But let me just start with the Boeing order, because it did grab a lot of headlines around the world. Why did you make such a big order? Do you need that many jets?
Jemana, first of all, we have started this process, as we talked in our interview, since March, April 2024. And we've decided to create some sort of a competition between Boeing and Airbus, and both engine manufacturers, Rolls-Royce and GE, to make sure that we get the best proposal or the best offer from both engine manufacturers and aircraft manufacturers. And it was a very close call between all of them. It was, and at certain stage, it was leaning towards Airbus, then it went to Boeing. At the end, it was a very close call, and we decided to go to Boeing, who provided us with a better commercial and technical proposal. The reason for the order, it will cover the strategy of Qatar Airways till 2045. We'll start receiving the aircrafts from 2029 or May 2029. So basically, this ticks the boxes for us to continue our growth, to expand our fleet, to expand our network, as well as retire some of our older aircrafts that we have in our fleet.
Yeah. So not worried about overcapacity in a time of increased competition?
For the last few years, and from what we see in the industry, the demand is still there. We have demand that we cannot cater for. Our load factors are the highest in the industry and the highest in the history of Qatar Airways. We're talking about 85.6%. In certain sectors, we're talking about 95 to 96%. And we see this continues to be the case.
So it seems like you've set in place an order that will cater to your longer-term vision. We're not going to see another order like this in the next few years from Qatar
For the time being, this is the order we have placed until we see how the market evolves.
Let's talk about in your earnings. You mentioned strategic partnerships that you put in place. One of them, of course, is the 25% stake in Virgin Australia. One of the drivers that have contributed towards your growth strategy. How has this helped contribute?
The investment in Virgin Australia was basically, again, a strategic investment. As you're aware, for so many years, Qatar Airways struggled to get more traffic rights to fly into Australia. Australia is a very important market for us. We were limited to 21 flights on a weekly basis. So we have decided to go into this sort of partnership with Virgin Australia and have a wet lease agreement with them to add 28 more flights on a weekly basis. And by the end of the day, this is a win-win situation for all of us, Qatar Airways, Virgin Australia, and most importantly, the Australian consumers. We want to create competition which will drop the prices, will give the Australian consumers more options to choose from, and by the end of the day, the passengers will choose what's better for them.
Jane, let me turn to you. You were CEO of Virgin Australia at the time when this deal was announced, stepped down a couple of months ago, and so you were one of the architects of the deal. Just to pick up on what Engineer Badr was saying, that this ultimately isn't just about business, but also you have to think about the end user. You have to think about the Australian consumer. What are the final benefits to the Australian end user?
The power of partnership is pretty profound. And for Australia, bringing more options to consumers that will ultimately mean more seats available that you can choose to fly through Qatar to anywhere in the world means you're bringing value. So it's value and choice, really. And of course, Qatar Airways is one of the world's best airlines, one best airline in the world. I think where you at Badr now, 7 years in a row, 8 years in a row. We're really proud to have the opportunity to work with an airline of the stature of Qatar Airways. It's not only good for Australian consumers, it's also good for our people. I mean, our people, the day we announced this deal, were so proud because they realized that they were actually building an experience for consumers that was matching up with the Qatar Airways experience, and that was going to bring great value and choice to Australians to travel beyond Australia to the world. And I just can't be lost the importance of that to consumers, to our people, but also to the economy. Australians, roughly 11 million Australians were traveling out of Australia in pre-COVID. It's about a third of the total traffic in and out of Australia. So you need partners to be able to feed that traffic into your domestic network. People coming from outside Australia into Australia bring tourism dollars. For every dollar spent on a plane ticket, another $10 gets spent in the economy where you're traveling to. And so the knock-on benefits, it's not just jobs for Virgin Australia in Australia, it's jobs in restaurants and hotels, for small businesses who are now going to use the cargo space that's available because we've more than doubled the capacity on Qatar Airways by use of our wet lease services. It's just the benefits multiply, but it all comes down to a better experience for consumers and value and choice.
What do you say to those who have criticized the deal as Qatar Airways finding a workaround in order to get access to Australia?
I think you have to look at this from the standpoint of what it means to Virgin Australia, what it means to Australia, because the deal would not have been approved if it wasn't great for Australia. And that comes down to consumers. It comes down to the fact that Virgin Australia can't compete as well domestically if it doesn't have strong partnerships, deep equity partnerships with long-haul operators who feed in and out of Australia, because that means we can compete better for Australians who want choice for their domestic carrier to also provide international travel. With roughly half of Australians traveling every year internationally, is what the statistics would take you to. I mean, some travel more and others travel not at all, but they want to know that their airline provides their end-to-end needs globally, not just locally. And so this is a profound impact to the Australian domestic aviation market, as well as being good for consumers and good for Virgin Australia.
Yeah. Captain Issam, I'd like to turn to you. here we're talking about a different type of partnership between Qatar Airways and Malaysia Air. And in this case, I would describe it as a code share, an enhanced code share agreement, arrangement. And it's been in place for a few years now. When you started thinking about these types of enhanced agreements, what was the incentive? Why did it make sense?
Jumana, let me repivot back to Badar's 210 airplanes. Put a bit of context. The industry today, Asia-Pacific region, command about 38% of the global capacity of the aviation industry. And Asia-Pacific is poised to attain 50% capacity global stage. Now, with issues of supply chain, late deliveries of airplanes, and the new era of aviation that we foresee in 2043 onwards, where electrification, net zero environment, different technology. So what Qatar has built over the last 30 years actually is a pivot to airlines like Malaysia Airlines, a small little airline in the ASEAN region, to be participative in the global arena of aviation. So goes back to 2018, the time of when I was working with the predecessor of Badar. We see synergy, very strong synergy. Malaysia Airlines, with its checkered journey, needs a very strong brand to bring Malaysia Airlines up. And Qatar is the best partner. And today, as we speak, as it materializes over the last 6 years, Qatar fits all Western region. Malaysia Airlines, Virgin Australia takes care of the eastern side in Oceania. As we progresses with late deliveries of aeroplane, macroeconomics, geopolitics, that makes the supply chain very unpredictable, airlines today are shouldering aging airplanes. Today, average age of 14.8 years old, airplane in a typical airline. And typically, about 5 years ago, average age is about 13 years old. So the industry, the demand and supply is not balanced. There's huge demand, there's little supply because of supply chain, macroeconomics, geopolitics, and what Qatar has done is to position itself to ensure that it tackles all this problem for at least the next 5 to 10 years. There are 3 phases of growth in aviation, currently next 5 years, then next 10 years. So post-2040, you're looking at the different landscape of aviation. This is an opportunity for airlines, investors. There are bottlenecks in infrastructures like airports and many more. So the synergy with Malaysia Airlines, specifically here with Qatar, has been tremendous. To us, close to 30% of our revenue comes from partnership, not only Qatar alone. And that's the model that we realize is very key and important. To a certain extent, I just had a conversation with Jane last night about working with Virgin Australia. So partnership with Qatar, with the current state of position where the industry is facing due to aging fleet, supply chain issues, is a perfect match.
What about competition? Did you feel like it was necessary to go down this route in order to be more competitive?
Yes, indeed it is. So small airlines like Malaysia Airlines, we know where we stand. And we have a long checkered journey, and we have an ambition of the future. And of course, when you go this path, competition will be intense, right? But most importantly, both partners must be committed on the vision ahead, right? And that's very important.
Engineer, let me turn back to you. So Qatar Airways, Malaysian Air, Virgin Australia, all operating on the Kangaroo route. How do you see the outlook for growth there? And was that one of the decisions, your view on how quickly this part of the world is going to be growing, was that one of the considerations you took into consideration? When you decided to go for the stake in Virgin Australia, when you decided to continue along the lines of these enhanced cooperations with other airlines?
Absolutely, Jumana. We know, as Captain Sam said, there's a very high demand in the Far East, and we need to participate, or we need to take the opportunity to be part of this and to assist our partners. Add to this, we are restricted we have open sky agreements in Europe and in the US. while in the eastern part of the world, we are limited, we are restricted by bilaterals, by certain number of flights. So in order to create this sort of balance between East and West, we had to come up with different ideas. We had to come up with different scenarios in order to create this balance. And the best scenario was for us was to create this sort of partnership with the Virgin Australia, Malaysia, JAL, and the airlines, the partners that we have and operate in this part of the world.
It's interesting what Isham was saying about also the supply chain issues being a factor as well. Because of the age of some of the fleets. Do you think that this is going to push more and more consolidation within the sector or your competition to go down this route of partnerships as well?
I think, as you noticed lately, Jumana, so many airlines are taking the path of basically trying to renovate and outfit their aircraft. They know their deliveries will continue to be delayed. And they know for them to continue to be play a very strong role and to compete with other airlines, they need to take some actions. Other smaller airlines, we have noticed they keep shrinking, and bigger airlines will take their portion of the business.
Yeah. Jane, when you're thinking about these types of partnerships, we spoke about the end user, and of course you're not just thinking about passenger travel, but you also have to think about other areas of cooperation, for example, sustainability. Is that what you think can distinguish airline partnerships today? So a deeper cooperation beyond just simple commercial terms?
So I think partnership in aviation started with the knowledge that no one airline could provide a network to the world for regulatory reasons and just sheer capacity to operate that kind of scale and volume. And so you have smaller airlines and you have bigger airlines, and the smaller airlines, it's really important to partner with the bigger airlines, and that's about network and that's about customers. But the reality is that it's much more than that. It's much more than that. It is, for us, with respect to our partnership with Qatar Airways, this enables us to think much bigger. Not only to think more strategically about how we sell and market, which we're in the process of doing, but also how we leverage each other's strengths and protect each other's vulnerabilities. And that's everything from sustainable aviation, that is thinking about how we manage fleet orders together, how we think about managing fuel challenges together, how we think about managing people and opportunities for people and ensure that we can attract the best and brightest, not only in our head offices, but also, in our cabin crew and pilots and all the people that work around the airports. It's a really important piece of the strategy to think very big and very strategic about how we use this as a game changer opportunity to really create sustainable long-term competitive advantage.
Captain Isham, would you like to weigh in on the other factors that should be taken into consideration beyond just the commercial when you're forging these partnerships?
Jumana, it's very important. The subject of conversation today is partnership, right? First and foremost, it must be a perfect match. And your question just now with regards to does sustainability plays an important criteria for partnership? Indeed it is. Indeed it is. Hence, it is important for partners alike, not only driving towards commercial viability, we also need to ensure that strategically, airlines, partners, Virgin Australia, Qatar, Malaysia Airlines, we must fast forward ourselves to 2040, 2050, where we committed to net zero commitment, net zero emission. So as I mentioned just now, you can divide it into 3 phases. The current 5 years, really understand what it needs for us to be in the future. The second phase, which is 2030 onwards for 5 years, that's on the second 10th year. This is the portion of scaling up sustainability, technology, electrification, and so forth, right? Hence, partners like airlines is very key for us to propel in this direction. We must have that common understanding. Mind you, 2043 onwards, we're looking at a new era of aviation. There's potential for investors here to look at regenerating airports, air traffic management, brownfield, greenfield, and many more. So there are huge opportunities. So for partners like us, we must have that same mindset and journey, ambition moving forward, for us to be responsible to invent the next era of aviation, which I predict 2040 onwards.
Engineer, I'm going to come back to you, but Jane, I do want to point out that in a couple of weeks' time, on June the 12th, the first Virgin Australia, apologies, operated by Qatar Airways departs from Sydney to Doha. That is the inaugural flight that is part of this deal. So you must be very excited to see that happen, your brainchild, and then talk us through how momentous that moment is going to be for you, and also ultimately whether the Australian consumer can be looking at lower prices for those flights.
So a couple things on that count. It's going to be an amazing day, and in part because this is a journey that we've been on for some time. The relationship between Virgin Australia and Qatar Airways is now nearly 5 years old, and we've been building that relationship, building the partnership, and we've taken it to the next level, Badr and I. And it has taken a lot of effort to get it to a place where it's been approved, because it's so good for Australia and it's so good for the consumer. And now we're about to launch our first flights. And that is, that's going to bring a tear to the eye for many, many people in my team, or my former team. And this is pilots, cabin crew, engineers. Like, this is such a special moment to again be operating long haul. And we're doing it with Qatar Airways planes and crew, but our people have come to Doha and they're training and they're learning how to operate within the Qatar Airways operation. And so we've got secondments coming in. And it's a very significant day. That first flight brings back for Virgin Australia connectivity to the world in a new way. And so it will mean a lot to all 8,000 people who work at Virgin Australia, and the pipeline of people who are excited to come in. So it's going to be a big day and a special day. And for Australian consumers, post-COVID, I mean, most people in this room fly a lot. And you will remember how expensive it was to go anywhere. And Australia in particular, business class flights were 2.5 times what they were pre-COVID, and economy fares were over 3 times what they were pre-COVID. And getting the capacity back is what brings prices down. And that capacity was sticky coming back for supply chain reasons and a whole bunch of other logical issues that the industry faced. But bringing more capacity in brings fares down. So fares now to Europe are back where they were roughly pre-COVID, which is such a gift to the Australian community. And Australians, like most around the world, have really suffered from cost of living pressure. Inflation's been high. Wages aren't growing as fast as inflation. And so people are doing it tough. So to be able to bring a bit of optimism and opportunity to the Australian community is just phenomenal. And that's Australians wanting to go visit family and friends, let alone the rest of the world wanting to come to Australia, which then creates jobs and opportunity and optimism, again, in the tourism economy and for small businesses. So it's very exciting. It's a big couple of weeks ahead.
Sounds like it. Engineer Badr, I want to end maybe where we started, which is with your profits and record-breaking profits for last year. What does this year hold? Given there are lots of positive discussions in place, the momentum seems to be there. You obviously are feeling good about the state of the world after the big Boeing order that you made. What does this year hold in store for Qatar Airways?
You know, this year, again, we're going through the same cycle. Last year, when we announced our record profit year by achieving $1.67 billion, the stress level was very high internally on how are we going to break this record or achieve the same number.
It's even more stressed now.
Yes, especially we're having, and we're going to continue with the same problem, I hope not, but the delays in deliveries, this geopolitical situation which nobody can predict or can handle. However, we will go with the same approach. Our team will have to take well-studied risks in order to operate and work to newer markets, to have a better operation in newer markets. We will also try to think outside the box on how can we make more profit and increase our revenue. It is promising. This April, which is our financial year starts from April. April, again, we have recorded the best April in the history of Qatar Airways. May, we're going to record the best May in the history of Qatar Airways. From the advanced booking that we see for June and July, and I think we will from the numbers that we see, we can be comfortable to say that first quarter will be better by a big margin from the first quarter of last year. So this year is also promising for Qatar Airways. But I'm sure you have noticed in our record and in our financials that our revenue has increased by 6 to 8%, while our net profit increased to 28%. This is where we managed to get different ideas in order to increase our profits, our bottom lines.
So the outlook is looking good.
Yes.
Thank you very much, everybody, and thank you to our panelists for this wonderful discussion.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Tony O. Elumelu, Group Chair of Heirs Holdings and United Bank for Africa, PLC, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation, and Tan Sushan, CEO and Director of the DBS Bank Group, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Jennifer Zabazaja.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be on stage here. It's wonderful to be here at the 5th Economic Forum and to speak with Sushan and Tony. Listen, let's get into it. This session is about the new growth playbook for banks, and both of you represent major banks in your region, in your countries where the banks are held. But so much of the day has been talked about a lot of the uncertainty that we've been seeing over the past 2 months. I wonder, from your perspectives, as CEO, let's start with you, Sushan, of DBS. How do you plan for the back half of 2025? What is the playbook that you have?
So I took over as CEO a day before Liberation Day. And we came up immediately with scenarios. And you know, it's interesting. The trade outside the US, which we call TOTUS, T-O-T-U-S, it's actually still 89% of world trade. And so the playbook that we had was, we'll have to plan for every kind of scenario, from the worst to the best and the stuff in between. And then we have to help our clients to navigate. First order impact would be countries that are affected, obviously China predominantly, to the US. Industries that would be affected, which would be consumer discretionary, electronics, semiconductor, etc. And then figure out, you know, what the playbook would be for the first order impact. The second order impact, however, which was the bigger unknown, was number one, the increase in volatility, tremendous volatility in interest rates and exchange rates. Number two, the crash in consumer confidence. Number three, the huge volatility in markets. Global markets went down a lot, if you remember, it went back up. But it was this huge volatility that we had to help our clients navigate. And so most like uncertainty. We had a great, when I talked to all my colleagues in other banks, everyone had a great first quarter. But second and third quarter, everyone said, you know, our clients are pressing the pause button because nobody knows. I haven't heard so many CEOs say these three words. I don't know, as I have since April 2nd. Having said that, though, I do believe that in Asia anyway, a lot of Asian clients and Asian companies realize, look, there is a lot of trade to be had outside the US. Intra-regional trade in Asia is growing. You have a population of nearly 5 billion, a population that is educated, hardworking, and very AI-focused, and very much focused on the future. So if we invest correctly, and we look at, other supply chains, you have to help your clients to diversify their risks. And with volatility, you can actually grab a really good rate or a really good exchange rate to help. And look at new supply chains and look at also new technology, tech stacks, etc. So it will be a bifurcated world, and we're just going to have to live with it.
Tony, before I get your take, I do want to give a homework assignment to the audience, and that is a poll that we are going to do. Sushan was just mentioning a number of disruptive factors that we've seen first half of the year. So our poll question for the audience, hopefully you'll engage. What is the biggest driver of transformation in global banking right now? We have 3 options up there for you: disruptive technologies, currency volatility, and tariff and trade policy. And we'll circle back after this conversation to see where the audience is. But Tony, let's get your take on what we've seen in the first half of 2025, especially from the perspective of a CEO of an African bank, looking at really the macro picture right now.
Okay, so I chair United Bank for Africa, and UBA serves 45 million customers across the globe. We operate in 24 countries on 4 continents, and we process transactions in billions on a daily basis. UBA is helping to transform lives on the continent because payments and access to finance are critical for the development of Africa. But we're just starting. There's still so much to be done. And from where I sit as the chairman of this bank, I believe that banking infrastructure is as critical, as important as in the transformation of the renaissance of Africa, as power, roads, ports. And the key thing is what we all need to do to have the banking sector, the finance sector, drives Africa's prosperity, drives Africa's transformation in the 21st century, given where we're at and the challenges that we see. So for me, there are 4 critical pillars we need to tackle. One is to make Africa a safe haven for savings. Mobilizing domestic savings is very critical for transformation of economies. 2 is to enable private global capital find its way into Africa, to help power investments that we need to drive the continent's economic transformation. The 3rd is capacitizing and improving our ability on the continent to transact and swiftly effect payments. Africa is a continent of about 1.3 billion people, and yet we don't have very strong, robust payment engine, which is where institutions like United Bank for Africa is coming forward to provide opportunity and solution for that gap. And lastly is what I call Afri-capitalism, which is enabling the private sector to drive, orchestrate, and lead the growth and transformation of the continent. I believe that these are things we need to do to take Africa to the next steps.
How do you think about African banks, though, in the context of what is developing a lot of new trade relationships outside of the continent? Where do African banks fit into that playbook?
I like the questions you asked. If I was looking at the currency payments.
We're going to get to that.
And I'm telling myself, if I were to vote, which one would I vote? So for Africa today, African institutions, what we do at United Bank for Africa is because we see that there's a gap, payments, trade. And so the African institutions are building capacity, but we need to also partner with the rest of the world to have robust payment capacity to help transactions as well as facilitate trade between Africa and the rest of the world. For instance, United Bank for Africa will operate in the Gulf, and we like to follow Gulf businesses into Africa. We understand our ways around Africa. We want to handhold companies that are coming to Africa to invest. We also facilitate payment with the rest of the world. So we believe that in the 21st century, African financial institutions should be strong on trade facilitation, should help payments transactions for the continent and with the rest of the world, and most importantly, be catalytic in the transformation of the continent.
And Sushan, can you jump in? Because we were talking about the payment infrastructure that is a focus for DBS. Can you speak to that?
So, you know, what do banks do, right? Banks take deposits and they lend it to businesses or individuals. And that role will be disintermediated by fintechs that can do unbanking, you know, do something, one vertical really well. So for us to continue to be relevant, you have to be digital, you have to have your data in a data lake, and you have to have your AI models, and in time to come, which is now, be able to adopt the new generative AI technologies. So in order to continue to be relevant in deposit gathering, you have to do payments. That's both domestic payments and international payments. So today, most of Asia and most emerging markets now have real-time payment rails, which means actually your country-to-country payments can be atomic and instant. Today, with blockchain, you can also have cross-border payments to be atomic and instant. And, you know, gone are the days where you have T+1, T+2. It still is, unfortunately, in most countries. But I believe that technology today can help us to leapfrog and have real-time payments in small amounts. So with technology, with the global payment system, I do think that, especially after Liberation Day, many countries are thinking, well, in the past, you know, a lot of trade happened in US dollars. And perhaps if people are worried about having too much concentration in US dollars, then they might be thinking, I might need to have alternative currencies. And that's where I think, you know, increasingly now you're seeing a lot more trade happen between, let's say, the GCC and Asia in other currencies, including the euro, including CNH, etc. And I believe that diversification of currencies will continue to happen.
How have you seen currency volatility, in some cases strengthening in your region? How has that benefited the bank at this point in time? And then I want to get Tony's take, because the Naira's been doing something a little bit different. Sushan?
Well, you know, in adversity comes opportunity.
Correct.
And when you have volatility like this, and honestly, I haven't seen balls this high, and I've been in banking a long time, you know, if it's in your favor, grab it. So, for example, when interest rates fell right after Liberation Day, that was our clients' chance to lock in an IRS, right? Get your interest rate swap in and lock in a cheap, lower rate. And most of them did. For other companies where they have currency swings as well, again, using the FX volatility to lock in a rate. So we've came out with a product where you can actually lock a rate forward in your digital account. Just lock it, what you call it FX secure. So with technology today, you can come up with all kinds of interesting solutions. And high vols means obviously higher risks, but also more opportunities.
Is your expectation, though, for this to continue to be a benefit for the bank?
Well, you know, a lot of investment banks announced very good results in Q1 because volatility has been good. And I won't be surprised if April, a lot of trading rooms in banking made quite a lot of money. If you went the right way, of course. But most banks are long volatility. Most traders are long volatility today. And if you're long vol, I think you should do well. Is it an opportunity? It's both an opportunity for hedging, but also an opportunity to get your clients on board to make sure that they have the right diversity of currencies.
Let's talk about the Naira. Thanks, Sushan, because the Naira has had quite a bit of volatility, Tony. Yeah. Is the risk as great, though, for African currencies as the perception has been over the past few years?
I think first, for those who don't know, Naira is the Nigerian local currency. And currency volatility is a challenge for Africa and for Asia. This global south, fixing the volatility of our currencies will be very critical for ultimately developing our economies. So it's a challenge. And everyone thinking about a solution to that, hoping we can find one soon. But talking about Nigeria, let's break it down a bit, you know. As an investor, because beyond being a bank chairman, I wear other hats. I invest in the oil sector, the power sector, and hospitality and the real estate sector. What's important to people to a large extent is predictability. Let me know, even if the rate is, whatever the rate is, but let there be predictability. Let me enter the boardroom. Let's plan. Let's build scenarios. Let's be sure of what it will be. So in Nigeria, we've had currency situation, but in recent times, there's been interesting, encouraging stability. So we can plan, you know, and that is very, very, very welcome. It's a good development, and I'd like to see that continue. And for me, as I think of not just Africa, but Africa, Asia, that is very critical for every economy. Stability and ability to predict your currency is very critical. Now, you talked about gains. Yes, some people, there's gains when you have a volatility. There's losses also. But what's important is taking advantage of the opportunity or the challenge. If you find a solution around the challenge, it becomes an opportunity. If you see an opportunity and you take advantage of the opportunity to further strengthen your balance sheet, if you're a financial institution, even for non-financial institutions, strengthen your balance sheet and position because of that currency fluctuation and volatility, which will definitely come again, either in near term, mid-term, or long term. So currency is a challenge, but it's almost a constant for planning in Africa as it is in Asia. And ability to predict is very critical. And that is what I see in Naira today. I see Naira is becoming quite stable. And I have friends who live in the other OECD countries, want to do transactions with Africa and Nigeria in particular, and they are happy that there's stability and predictability of the currency. And we want to see it stable and, if anything, go down progressively.
I was going to ask both of you, what is the concern among clients that you are hearing for both of your regions as far as banking goes? Is it still a bit of this instability, Sushan?
So I think the supply chain bifurcation, the sort of China for China and the rest of the world and you know, or the US for US, I think it's supply chain bifurcation that is an issue. In the past, if you made in China, you moved to ASEAN, and then you moved to Mexico or Eastern Europe, Poland, Hungary, etc. And today, the uncertainty of how much tariffs are going to cost wherever you are in the world is a big issue. And business people don't like uncertainty. So some of the deal flows that they were thinking about, they've pressed the pause button until there's more clarity around how much tariffs are from each country.
Are you seeing that globally?
Yes, but you know, as I said, I think most people are also thinking, well, I might sell to the US, but I also can sell outside the US. I can sell in Europe, I can sell within ASEAN, I can sell intra-regional trade, you know, EMEA, etc. So the opportunity here is to look for new supply chains and look for new markets. That's one. The other opportunity is really the use of generative AI, to reduce costs and increase productivity. And that, I think, in Asia, the leapfrog, the ambition to do so is tremendous. It's both an opportunity and also a challenge, because if you don't, you'll be left behind. And so a lot of our clients are looking at what's happening in Industry 4.0, right? How can an AI and Gen AI help industry to make manufacturing a lot more effective, a lot more efficient, a lot more productive? You have humanoid robots also creating, now in an aging demographic in Asia, robots and humanoid robots, smart humanoid robots could really be a game changer. You've got now AI-enabled biotech. That would be a very interesting, you know, again, life-enhancing new technologies. DeepSeek, we all know, the generative AI and deep tech, quantum computing, drones, flying drones, etc. So I think there are many new technologies. We all just have to get our heads around it. China's taken the leapfrog and said we're going to focus on these new growth areas. So I think what's happened is what Trump has done is created a desire to be more self-sufficient a desire to be more resilient, and a desire to diversify. And this could, in the long term, lead to structural changes in structural investments that could help some of these Asian economies leapfrog. I think that's exciting.
What about within a bank, though, like DBS? Would you potentially see job cuts because if there's more integration of Gen AI? I mean, what does this mean structurally for an institution like that?
Well, I keep telling my colleagues, this means all your mundane work that you don't like doing is going to disappear, which is great, because that frees up capacity for you to do more meaningful work. So in DBS, we've adopted both a horizontal and a vertical approach to the use of generative AI. So the horizontal approach is, we call it DBS GPT. That means anyone can tap into our data lake and get answers to policies, how do you help customers, etc. And then the vertical use cases, for example, the call center. Today, we used to have people like trying to check on customer, where the customer journey went wrong. Today with generative AI, the bot can answer those questions, or the customer can call somebody who can answer the question within 90 seconds, your problem is solved. So the vertical use cases, in the past also pitch books were done by young analysts. Today a generative AI can do that, right? In the past we had people looking at documentary trade for documentary trade, LCs, etc. Today a bot can do that. The bot looks at all the legal jargon, legal documents and say, okay, this works, this doesn't work. And that just saves time. It takes out a lot of the grunt, mundane work that humans don't like doing and frees up capacity. So I think I'm not worried about job losses because I think humans are so agile. And as long as you hire for people with the right attitude, then they will learn quickly and they will know that their jobs will change. But it's how do you stay ahead, how do you stay nimble, how do you have a good attitude so that you can unlearn, relearn, and embrace this technology, because everybody else will.
So it sounds like ultimately you think that will be a benefit for the business moving forward.
So for example, the people who used to work in our call center or service center are now, we're giving them customers. And they can't wait because I told them, I have so many SME customers, they don't have relationship managers, but if I could free up your time from the service calls, then you could look after, these customers for us and own these customers for us and give them a great experience. At the end of the day, we're humans. We all want human-to-human interaction. We just don't want them for mundane stuff like, oh, how do I change my address or how do I, check on my payment, etc. Yeah. You want to have that customer-to-customer experience for more meaningful things, like how do I increase my sales? How can you help me in another country?
Yeah, Tony, can you jump in here from the region, disruptive technology?
So before that, I would like to say that Africa is an interesting continent. We have over 600 million people, 700 million people of the 1.1 billion Africans are under the age of 25. So employment, job creation is very critical for us on the continent. Also, in Africa, from the customers we serve, access to capital is so critical. And the headache or the challenge is how do we create an ecosystem, how do we support the small and medium-scale enterprise on the continent so that collectively we all can help transform Africa by creating jobs for our young people. And AI has been wonderful. United Bank for Africa, we introduced AI chatbot, first chatbot in banking system on the continent in 2017. And we are moving further to generative AI. But what is critical for us is, if I prioritize the things that are important to us, I think that supporting small and medium-scale enterprises is very, very, very important for the continent. AI will assist that, but more importantly, they are things they need access to capital and the infrastructure that they need to succeed. Electricity is such an issue. I listened to the conversation this morning here when the energy minister was talking about scaling up, even America scaling up to 100 gigabytes of electricity. For AI to do well on the continent, we need to even improve further the electricity availability on the continent. So for me, first as an investor and also as a chairman of a bank and an Africa capital and somebody who thinks a lot about how to transform Africa, especially in 21st century from within. Ability to improve access to electricity on the continent is so critical to the development of Africa. Ability to improve payment infrastructure and system on the continent is so critical for the development of the continent. Ultimately, we need to create jobs for our young people on the continent. There's not time for any job losses, but we need to do a lot more so that we can increase the ability of the system to create jobs that our young ones need.
What role does the Gulf play in that, especially in your conversations as chairman of the bank? Do you think that plays a role in ultimately achieving some of these goals?
I didn't hear that.
What role does the Gulf play in investing here?
United Bank for Africa, the reason we have operation in the GCC is because of, in the Global South today, intra-South cooperation is very important. Trading amongst ourselves, facilitating payments and trade amongst ourselves, very important. Creating economic opportunity, attracting global capital. President Trump came and there was a lot of pledge, 1.1 trillion investment in America. Now telling myself that is the kind of investment we should be talking about for Africa, because Africa needs it more than America. Africa has a lot of opportunities. Africa has a huge population that's upcoming and very energetic and active. We need to do more on the continent, which is one of the reasons I'm here. And the message is very simple. There's a lot of private global capital looking for investment destination. Africa is now ready for the global capital to come in and make investments so that collectively the investments can help create prosperity for the investors as well as prosperity for locals. We see the Gulf as credible and historical partners to Africa. We welcome people from the Gulf states to come and invest in Africa. And recently, the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which is one of the hats I wear, which is helping to democratize law, create economic opportunity and prosperity on the continent. We signed a partnership with UAE to further support young African entrepreneurs. What I'm saying is investment, not aid. In the 21st century, on the continent in Africa, we have the market, we have the people, we have a lot of endowments. Let's collectively come together to harness this for common good of humanity, for benefit of the investors, as well as benefit for the locals. That is in my viewpoint, the most important objective that all of us should pursue, especially when we're thinking of the global south and cooperating amongst others. So Gulf, and they are living up to expectations so far, so good. We're enjoying increasing business relationship between Africa and the Gulf.
It sounds like you've been having some productive conversations, but I'm just going to put that out there. Really quick before we go, I do want to circle back to the poll that we did to see if anyone participated after this discussion. Wow. I think we had some sway up here, not me, but clearly disruptive technologies. Sushan, do you agree?
Oh, fully agree. That would have been my answer too. I think disruptive technologies. I mean, as a tech-enabled bank, it's not just us using it, it's also us funding these potentially disruptive technologies and looking at these companies with a different kind of lens. You can't bring a traditional banker lens into financing these high-growth companies because you won't be able to fund them otherwise, right? So I have a whole team that just does new economy coverage, and they really look at different lens, what's the growth potential, who's your GP, who's your LP, who have you got to support you, who are your partnerships, and how can we help you grow, how can we help you leapfrog, where's your IP, etc. It's creating this ecosystem of success, I'm optimistic. I mean, being Asian, we're a pragmatic lot, and I guess fundamentally quite optimistic, but I'm so glad to see that the audience here voted disruptive technology.
Wonderful. We have to leave it there. Appreciate both of you, Tony Elumelu and Tan Sushan. Please join me in thanking them for this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Todd Boehly, co-founder, chairman, and CEO of Eldridge Industries, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix.
Good afternoon, everyone. Todd, thank you for joining us.
Well, it's great to be back. It's great to be with you.
I've been waiting for this interview all of my life, so thank you for speaking to us. I know we'll talk a lot about football. I'm sure there's a lot of questions on Chelsea from the audience, but let's just, in general, start with Eldridge. I mean, where do you see opportunities? The world is upside down. There's a possible new world order. There's a lot of volatility. There's a lot of AI. Where do you go for the next opportunity?
Well, I think we try to find simple businesses that we can understand and apply technology to them. I think one great example is what we're doing with Metropolis. Metropolis is a company that we started a couple years ago, where we came up with a facial recognition technology that could identify license plates. And basically, it's changed how parking works in the US. So you drive in, you drive out, you don't need to worry about gates or tickets or payment. And we charge a 99-cent convenience fee. And for that, we're going to make $180 per spot per year. So we just bought the largest parking lot operator, and we have 2 million parking spots now under management. And we've had $150 million of EBITDA. And if you look at $180 per spot per year times 2 million, we should be able to get to $500 million of EBITDA. But not only is that just good on its own, we're adding 30,000 members a day, right? People who are basically parking with us. So now we have 15 million members that are using our parking spots and looking for them because the friction of use is so low, and they just get in and get out.
What kind of deals do you look for now? Because of the valuations, because of volatility, do you think you can find more deals on the cheap, or do you still just want to look for those plays that will make a difference in people's lives?
I think our funnel is pretty wide. I think we can invest up and down the capital structure. I never wanted to be pigeonholed into, oh, you have to do this or you have to do that, because ultimately you end up becoming, a derivative of the market that you're invested in. So, for example, right now we think investment-grade bonds aren't really good risk. I think U.S. Treasuries, long-dated U.S. Treasuries are interesting. I also think high-yield bonds, you're not getting paid enough for the credit spreads. Senior secured loans, I like. You sit at the top of the capital structure. So, people are, because really when you think about where you play in a capital structure is just a derivative to the underlying assets. And where you sit is really just, what's the value proposition relative to the underlying asset. Because it all comes down to price and rates of return.
But is there something that you don't like in this kind of environment?
Well, I generally don't like investment-grade bonds because I generally think that their lack of covenants is pretty bad. And if you go back to kind of the 2005, 6, 7 era, LBOs were occurring, and they were rolling the investment-grade bonds and making them non-investment-grade bonds overnight. So I think they have low protections, and I don't think they offer any real yield. So I think I'd much rather be, senior secured credit in non-investment grade businesses, with much better documentation than investment grade bonds in a world where you're not sure what's going to happen to them.
Todd, you've also raised a significant amount of money actually in the Middle East. How do you see this region?
I think this region is the most exciting part of the world for the next couple of decades. I think the growth that's going on here, the energy that's here, they're great partners. They're very reliable and very stable. And having been here last week with President Trump's delegation, just seeing how Qatar put on what was just an amazing event. It's a testament to the fact that they're really on the world stage.
And this is what money that will be used in the region or actually deployed elsewhere?
Well, obviously, if you look at Qatar and the UAE in particular, they've done an amazing job building out their country, and their countries aren't very big. So as they continue to generate more and more capital, the likelihood of them investing in their own backyard, is unlikely at real scale because of what they've built out. And the fact is that prices just couldn't handle it. But I think continuing to help them build industries. We're spending a lot of time in Saudi right now thinking about the insurance industry, right? Because if you look at insurance companies, they align so nicely with infrastructure development. And if you had a very large insurance industry, that would go a long way to help build out the infrastructure, right, which they're going to need for the World Cup and for the Expo and everything that's coming. So I think there's lots of different opportunities in the region, and that's why we're so excited to have offices here and continue to develop our activity here.
Away from insurance, is there anything else that you see as especially attractive in the next couple of years in the region and in Qatar specifically?
Yeah, I think continuing to develop markets. I think the reason that, in my opinion at least, the reason that the U.S. is so creative and innovative and has so much interesting development and has most of the largest trillion-dollar businesses is because we have the best capital markets. And capital market development is really what creates the funding in order to pursue ideas. So in America, any idea you have, there's a market for it, right? So building markets, like the securitization markets in the U.S., really allowed for non-financial companies to get into the financial industry business. And that was really a derivative of making the securitization market so competitive. So building securitization markets and continuing to grow markets and figuring out how to continuously fund ideas, I think that's going to be the next stage of growth for these markets.
But Todd, given tariffs and trade and the volatility we saw in the last couple of months, do you think it'll have a longer-term impact on the U.S.? We talk about U.S. exceptionalism. Without that being at play, do you just see a legacy staying?
I'm pretty sure that when everyone is telling me that one thing's about to happen, the odds of it happening are pretty low. And so if you look at the movie 13 Days, right, which talks about the Cuban Missile Crisis, and you look at the scene where JFK is talking to one of the Joint Chiefs, and he's basically screaming at the Joint Chiefs saying, do not launch this missile. Don't you see what's actually going on here? This is just, the president communicating with Castro. And to me, a lot of the tariffs conversation is just a communication at scale that's going on. And so, I'm not going to get so sucked into the day-to-day, right? Because, of course, what they've done is changed directions multiple times. And I think one of the strengths of of our administration is that they are willing to pivot when it's not going the way they like. So the fact that they've pivoted so many times so quickly, right, is a testament to, I think they're communicating at scale to try to figure out how to fix things. And the reality is, time goes by so fast. And if you're the president, you have very little bit of time. And people will argue, well, it's not well planned, it's not well thought out. The problem is there's so many permutations and what can go on, right? It's hard to figure out exactly what's going to happen. So, unlike a lot of people that, seem to be, panicking over this, I'm pretty calm about it. And if you look at this over, it's a 20-year trade or a 30-year trade, right? You're never going to pick, the highs and the lows, and you're just going to have to kind of put your blinders on and, just stay focused on what's directly in front of you.
Todd, on Chelsea, is it fun owning a football club like Chelsea, or is it at times a bit of a headache?
I think it's a combination of both, right? But it's like owning anything. Almost anything I own is both fun and a headache. So I think this one's a little more in my face every day. But the fact is, the good news is the bad news, right? If people didn't care, right, then it would stink. So it's a testament to how much the sport matters. And if you look at the Premier League right now, there's so much excitement in it, especially what's going on in the last weekend, right? Like, there's 7 teams that could be making Champions League. There's going to be the winner of Tottenham and Man United will go to Champions League. We'll have a team. We'll probably have 9 teams in European competition out of the Premier League alone, which to me is just a testament to the quality of the product. And to be part of that is a privilege.
Is that what surprised you the most, since being one of the owners of Chelsea, and how, the level at which...
I think the level of competition is ferocious, and the margins of errors are so small. And I don't think I fully appreciated the level, the margin of error is so small. I think the sport's gotten more and more competitive in the Premier League, and that makes winning all that much sweeter. And I guess I really didn't know how much I would love a goal. A goal feels so good. And giving up a goal is just the worst, right? It's like, in basketball, you can be down 20 points in the fourth quarter and feel like you're still in it. In baseball, you hit a home run and it's fantastic, but a goal, there's nothing like a goal.
Do you worry about the future of media rights? I mean, valuations in France and other countries have bombed. Is there a danger that the same will happen to the Premier League?
I think as long as the competition stays what it is, people all around the world, I mean, it's one of the few things that's sold into every market, right? So if you look at the Premier League media rights, other than I think Russia and North Korea, there's a contract to sell the content into every other country. There's nothing like that. So I think as long as the product remains so competitive and the management of it, and the reality is I think these things are just going to continue to grow. I think sports is going to continue to grow in demand. I think in the U.S. we're seeing it, right? College has become a new professional sport, with the advent of NIL. Arch Manning, who plays football for the University of Texas, American football, is going to make over $6 million playing football, in college. So I think the level of performance is going to continue to go younger and younger and younger, as people become more and more competitive.
Do you want to increase your role at Chelsea?
My role?
Mm-hmm.
I think chairman's a pretty good one. I can't play. Or maybe I'll go out as striker, see how the fans think about that.
But there's no, I mean, there's rumors about you taking a back seat or anything like that. That's nothing that you're.
No, we have a good partnership. Of course, like every partnership, you have times that you got to work through and times that are better. And I think we hit the ground running in such a intense timeline, that it was just a complex moment. But I think we're through it and we're excited about what the future holds. We think we've got one of the best young teams. We were early on doing kind of 7, 8, 9-year contracts, because we really wanted to make sure that we could keep the team together for a long time. If you read a book called Captain's Class, right, it talks about the 15 best teams, in the world. And I think one of the things that you see, is in order to have a really good team, you ultimately need stability, within the team, within the environment. And the only way that comes is through time, but I think we've set it up to be able to benefit from that.
So, I mean, I think we're going through the numbers. There are now nearly enough American-owned teams in the Premier League to get together to actually enforce, rule changes like matches or broad salary caps. Do you see the American teams voting together to bring around some changes?
I think we believe very much in the culture, and obviously we've been educated, from the past. So we're very focused on making sure we maintain the culture.
What happens if the team doesn't make the Champions League again? Is there a risk that you could lose some big players?
We don't have any clauses like that in any of our contracts.
I mean, in general, what's the transfer window looking like? I know you can't give out too many secrets because there's a lot of people in the room, but are you excited?
I think, obviously, we're going to the Club World Cup. So right now we're laser focused on the Club World Cup. We have some players that are joining us for the Club World Cup that weren't on the team. So, Andre Santos is coming from Strasbourg. We're really excited about him and what we think he can add to the squad. The challenge that we really have is how many matches these guys are playing. The calendar is really tight, and they put in so much effort and energy. And the injuries are continuing to go up and up and up, So I think we're going to have to revisit, how what's the calendar look like, and how much football can they actually play. Obviously, they're built to play football. They love playing football. So we're trying to find the balance as to what's the right amount of football.
Yeah. What's your ideal calendar? What does that look like?
That's not my job.
How much, we're getting laughs because everybody wants to know. That's what everybody wants to know. Will you spend big again in the transfer window?
Listen, I think we've done most of our investing. And, I think we're not looking at it as a spend. We look at it as an investment. And we're trying to build, the best portfolio of players that can perform, at the highest level for the longest periods of time. So, I think there's going to be, a lot of investment in this window, just what I'm hearing and what we're feeling. And there's going to be a lot of, well-heeled clubs that are going to be looking to add to, their teams. And I think that that's only good for the Premier League.
So a more targeted approach. You have a lot of Chelsea fans actually out there.
Yes. I think we know what we need to do. We know the places that we need to invest. So that's going to be our focus.
Todd, when looking at sports, you're also part owner of the Dodgers. There's so much more emotion, right, than parking lots or anything like.
Yeah.
Is that how you build a portfolio, like a bit of emotion, a bit less emotion?
I think early on we looked at this and said, let's have our strategy be really simple. Like, what do people need and what do people want? And so I think if you look at, we started a company called A24 from scratch. In 2012, we put up $19 million, and A24 is probably the #1 independent film and TV company in America now. And so, getting behind the right leaders, the right managers, the right CEOs, the right creatives, I think all those things are applicable in almost every industry. Whether you're doing product development or, TV and film development, I think that you realize even like finance, people don't think of finance as a creative business, but I think it's super creative.
Less emotional than football. Maybe we can agree on that.
Losing money is a painful thing.
How are the differences with Clear Lake on stadium development at Chelsea?
I think long term we just have to figure out. We recognize that a club like Chelsea needs a 65,000 person stadium. And we also recognize that that's going to be important to be able to compete long term. So I think we'll figure that out.
I have a cricket question, because you and a consortium are basically won a bidding round for a team in Nottingham, but the whole process is yet to complete. Are you confident that that will be completed with a positive outcome for you?
I think cricket is a really exciting sport, and you look at what's going on in India, and you look at the media rights in India, and you look at the ability to expand it globally. And I think, we're in the early innings of cricket. But obviously, when you look at the size and scale of India, to be able to export that game around the world, right? And who knows? I think the convergence of cricket and baseball is also really intriguing, right? Because it's a similar skill set. And we now have, in Uganda, we have a Dodger facility. So we just signed our first African player to a professional contract. And I think that's, really exciting as we continue to export these sports all around the world.
But on cricket, if London Spirit became available, would you rather buy that instead of the Nottingham team?
I think the guys that wanted to buy London Spirit were really clear that they were going to buy it. And, I don't like to get in front of trucks.
That's a good life, generally a good life lesson. The president likes baseball. Again, because you own the Dodgers, Pete Rose, should he be elected to the Hall of Fame?
This is a super controversial discussion. My point of view is, and I don't know, I'm not an expert on it, and I don't know all the ins and outs, but if the baseline was, he was one of the best players ever, he had more hits than anyone, he only bet on his team, he only did it as a manager, not a player. If those things are all true, then I wouldn't have any problem with him in the Hall of Fame. And I think the challenge that he offers people is, I think perhaps he didn't have any remorse. So the not having remorse about the rules that he violated, but I don't think assuming that he was betting only on his own team, I don't know why inherently that's more evil than performance-enhancing drugs for improving drugs, for example.
Todd, when you look at sports around the world, is there anything else that you find exciting, or where we could see you get involved in the future?
I think really focusing on developing. We own something called the St. James in Washington, D.C., and it's basically 500,000 square feet of athletic facilities, and we've got the best facilities. We've got 8 basketball courts, we've got pools, we've got diving boards, we've got a field house, we do both football and European football matches in there. We've got a health club. and our morning business is fantastic. Our afternoon business is fantastic. Our summer camps are fantastic. And now what we've built is a school. And so where you utilize every day part, and because we have the best real estate and it's all indoors, right, we can basically get the best coaches. Right. And if we can get the best coaches, we can get the best athletes. And as NIL and the professional elements of sports and compensation move to younger and younger, we're seeing more and more demand. I mean, we've got two sheets of ice for hockey at the St. James, and they're filled up every day. I mean, you just can't get enough ice time, right? So when we look at, I want to grow that business because, again, I'm not really worried about AI displacing that. Every one of them will be kind of roughly 100 million of revenue and 40 million of EBITDA, and if we had 30 of those, right, that's before we start thinking about sponsorship opportunities and other benefits, because once you have a fleet of St. James, you'll have quite a moat.
Todd, we have 15 seconds left. Greatest sports person of all time you'd like to meet, and what would you ask them or tell them?
Well, it's not really going to resonate with this audience probably, but there was a gentleman by the name of Dan Gable, and Dan Gable was probably one of the best wrestlers all time, and as a wrestler, I admire Dan Gable. He was undefeated all the way through college, and unfortunately, he lost his very last match. But the guy was just tough as nails, and he built Iowa into the best wrestling program. So as a young wrestler, I was so aspirational of Iowa, and I would just ask him, what was it like to dominate day in and day out, just kind of like our Chelsea women just did.
There you go. That's a perfect way to end. Todd Boehly, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. Thank you.
Elon Musk goes. Perhaps you've heard of it.
The overall goal here with the Doge team is to help address the enormous deficit. It's not an optional thing, it is an essential thing.
Donald Trump needs his fall guy, but he also needs the bulldogs, and sometimes they're the same person.
The people voted for major government reform. If we don't do this, America will go bankrupt. We do need to delete entire agencies.
He's a big businessman. He's a successful guy. That's why we want him doing this.
I think this could be the greatest administration since the founding of the country.
Please welcome to the forum, Elon Musk, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Michelle Hussein.
Hello, everyone. And Elon Musk, welcome to Qatar Economic Forum. How are you?
Thank you for having me. I'm fine. How are you?
Very well, thank you, and very pleased to have you with us. Among those here in the audience in Doha are some you will know, people who have backed you financially over the years. Since you last spoke here in 2022, a lot has changed in your life. You're not only running multiple companies, you were doing that then, but now you also have a role in government. So first of all, I hope you won't mind if from time to time I have to move you from one topic to another, because we have a lot to cover in the time we have. That will be all right? Okay.
Yeah,
well, let's start then with exactly the fact that you now have this combination of being a CEO and having a role as a government advisor. Tell me about your week. How does it work? What's the split of your time?
Well, I travel a lot. So I was in Silicon Valley yesterday morning. I was in LA yesterday evening. I'm in Austin right now. I'll be in DC tomorrow. I'll be there having dinner with the president tomorrow night, I believe. And then a whole bunch of cabinet secretary meetings, and then back to Silicon Valley on Thursday night.
But I mean, the balance of your time, is
Is it, well, clearly it's a lot, but is it still the case, as you said a while ago, that it's about 1 to 2 days a week on your government work?
Yeah, that's correct.
And what does that mean for your corporate life? Because if we start with Tesla, the company has suffered in recent months what you've called blowback. So what is your plan for turning that around, the declining sales picture? And by what stage do you think you're going to be able to turn it around?
Oh, it's already turned around.
Give me some evidence for that. I've just been looking at the sales figures for Europe in April, which show very significant declines in the big markets.
Europe is our weakest market. We're strong everywhere else. No, our sales are doing well at this point. We don't anticipate any meaningful sales shortfall, and obviously the stock market recognizes that, since we're now back over $1 trillion in market cap. So clearly the market is aware of the situation. So it's already turned around.
But sales still down compared to this time last year.
In Europe.
In Europe, okay. And
yes, but that's true of all manufacturers. There's no exceptions.
Does that mean that you're not going to be able? Does that mean
European market is quite weak?
Okay, but you would acknowledge, wouldn't you, that what you are facing, okay, let's just take it as Europe, what you are facing is a significant problem. This Tesla was an incredibly aspirational brand. People identified with it. They saw it as being at the forefront of the climate crisis, and now people are driving around with stickers in their cars saying, I bought this before we knew Elon was crazy.
And there are also people who are buying it because Elon's crazy, or however they may view it. So yes, we've lost some sales perhaps on the left, but we've gained them on the right. The sales numbers at this point are strong, and we see no problem with demand.
So what do you...
And I mean, you can just look at the stock price. If you want the best inside information, the stock market analysts have that, and our stock wouldn't be trading near all-time highs if it was not. If things weren't in good shape. They're fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I was citing sales figures rather than share price. Well, tell me then how committed you are to Tesla. Do you see yourself, and are you committed to still being the chief executive of Tesla in 5 years' time?
Yes.
No doubt about that at all?
Well, no, I might die.
Okay, short of that.
I can't be CEO if I'm dead, so there's a slight amount of...
Does that mean that the value of your pay doesn't have any bearing on your decision?
Well, that's not really a subject of discussion in this forum. I think obviously there should be compensation for, if something incredible is done, that compensation should match that something incredible was done. But I'm confident that whatever some activist posing as a judge in Delaware happens to do will not affect the future compensation.
This is the judge who twice struck down the $56 billion pay package that was awarded to you. I think the value on the current value of stock options. Yeah.
Not a judge. The activist who is cosplaying a judge in a Halloween costume.
Okay, that's your characterization. I think yes. On the current value of stock options, I think the actual...
Justice according to the law.
On the current value of stock options, I think the value of that pay package stands at about $100 billion. Are you saying you are relaxed about the value of your future pay package? Your decision to be committed to Tesla for the next 5 years, as long as you are still with us on this planet, is completely independent of pay?
No.
It's not independent. So pay is a relevant factor then to your commitment to Tesla?
A sufficient voting control such that I cannot be ousted by activist investors is what matters to me. And I've said this publicly many times. But let's not have this whole thing be a discussion of my alleged pay, it's not a money thing. It's a reasonable control thing over the future of the company, especially if we're building millions, potentially billions of humanoid robots. I can't be sitting there and wanting to get tossed out by, for political reasons, by activists. That would be unacceptable. That's all that matters. Now let's move on.
Okay. Well, just one question.
Now let's move on.
Well, one question before we move on to other companies, which is that I wonder if some of what has happened to Tesla in the last few months, did you take it personally?
Yes.
And did it make you regret any of, or think twice about your political endeavors? Because it is.
I did what needed to be done. The violent antibody reaction, and I'm not someone who's ever committed violence, and yet massive violence was committed against my companies. Massive violence was threatened against me. Who are these people? Why would they do that? How wrong can they be? They're on the wrong side of history, and that's an evil thing to do. To go and damage some poor innocent person's car, to threaten to kill me? What's wrong with these people? I've not harmed anyone. So, something needs to be done about them. And a number of them are going to prison, and they deserve it. And more will.
You're referring to the attacks on Tesla showrooms, but I think...
Yeah. Firing bullets into showrooms and burning down cars is unacceptable.
Yeah.
Those people will go to prison, and the people that funded them and organized them will also go to prison. Don't worry.
But wouldn't you?
We're coming for you.
Wouldn't you? But wouldn't you acknowledge that some of the people who turned against Tesla in Europe were upset at your politics, and very few of them would have been violent in any way. They just objected to what they saw you say or do politically.
Well, it's certainly fine to object to political things, but it's not fine to resort to violence and hanging someone in effigy and death threats. That's obviously not okay. That's absurd. That is in no way justifiable at all, in any way, shape, or form. And some of the legacy media nonetheless have sought to justify it, which is unconscionable. Shame on them.
Let's talk about your other companies then and other business areas, SpaceX. I saw that you said in a speech at the West Point Military Academy recently that the future of warfare is AI and drones. And obviously defense is an increasingly booming sector with the state of the world at the moment. Do you see SpaceX moving into weaponized drones?
You certainly ask interesting questions that are impossible to answer. SpaceX is it's the space launch leader. So SpaceX doesn't do drones. SpaceX builds rockets, satellites, and internet terminals. SpaceX has a very dominant position in space launch. So of the mass launch to orbit this year, SpaceX will probably do 90%. China will do the half of the remaining amount, so 5%, and the rest of the world, including the rest of the US, will do about 5%. So SpaceX will do about 10 times as much as the rest of the world combined, or 20 times as much as China, and China is doing actually a very impressive job. The reason for this is that we are putting into orbit the largest satellite constellation the world has ever seen by far. So I think at this point, about maybe approaching 80% of all active satellites in orbit are SpaceX. And they're providing high bandwidth global connectivity throughout the world. In fact, this connection is on a SpaceX connection. So I think this is a very good thing because it means that we can provide low-cost, high bandwidth internet to parts of the world that don't have it or where it's very expensive. And I think the single biggest thing you can do to lift people out of poverty and help them is giving them an internet connection. because once you have the internet connection, you can learn anything for free on the internet, and you can also sell your goods and services to the global market. Once you have knowledge by the internet and the ability to engage in commerce, that this is going to greatly improve quality of life for people throughout the world, and it has. And I'd just like to thank anyone in the audience who may have been helpful in, with Starlink and getting it to approved in their country. And I think it's doing a lot of good in the countries that have approved it, which is, I think at this point, 130 countries are very happy with it. I don't currently anticipate SpaceX getting into the weapons business. That's not an aspiration. We're frequently asked to do weapons programs, but we have thus far declined.
Do you envisage SpaceX or indeed Starlink as a separate entity publicly listing in the near future or at all?
It's possible that Starlink may go public at some point in the future.
And what would be the time frame? What kind of time frame are you considering?
I'm in no rush. I'm in no rush to go public. Public is, I guess, a way to potentially make more money, but at the expense of a lot of public company overhead and inevitably a whole bunch of lawsuits, which are very annoying. So really something needs to be done about the shareholder derivative lawsuits in the U.S. Because it allows plaintiffs' law firms who don't represent the shareholders to pretend that they represent the shareholders by getting a puppet plaintiff with a few shares to initiate a massive lawsuit against the company. And the irony being that, extreme irony, that even if the class they purport to represent were to vote that they don't want the lawsuit would still continue. So how can it be a class action representing a class if the class vote against it? And that's the bizarre situation we've got in the U.S. It's a dire need of reform. As anyone who's running a public company experienced this, it's an absurd situation that needs to change.
Well, do you think Donald Trump might change it? You've certainly got his ear. I imagine that you've put this to him. Is this something you're trying to change before any Starlink IPO?
Well, it would need a law to be passed. But the trouble being that you need 60 Senate votes, and the Democrats will vote against it. The plaintiff's bar is, I believe, the second largest contributor to the Democratic Party. That's the issue. At the state level, this can be solved. And I should say, Texas recently passed a law which, at least at the state level, made lawsuits much more reasonable, because you have to get at least 1 in 33 shareholders to agree that they are part of a class of shareholders. 3%. Okay. This will really help with frivolous lawsuits.
Okay. Let's talk about AI, which is in so many of your businesses and in all our worlds in different ways. It's one of the big changes, the development of generative AI, since you last spoke to this forum 3 years ago. You're in this space, of course, with Grok, which almost everyone will know. You co-founded OpenAI and then left, and you've obviously got a legal battle with OpenAI and Sam Altman. I wonder if you could say something about the status of that, because you were together in Saudi Arabia with the president last week, with Sam Altman. In the same place at the same time.
Sam was in the neighborhood.
Okay, so does that mean you are pushing ahead with the lawsuit against OpenAI?
Yes. So look, I came up with the name OpenAI as an open source and as a nonprofit, and I funded OpenAI for the first roughly $50 million, and it was intended to be a nonprofit open source company, and now they're trying to change that for their own financial benefit into a for-profit company that is closed source. So this would be like, let's say you funded a nonprofit to help preserve the Amazon rainforest, but instead of doing that, they became a lumber company, chopped down the forest, and sold the wood. You'd be like, wait a second, that's not what I funded. That's OpenAI.
They've made some changes to their corporate structure, though, haven't they, since, in recognition of what you've said? And
No, that's just what they told the media.
okay. They have partly walked back their plan to restructure the business. I guess that's made no difference to how you feel about it. So you're determined to see them in court?
Of course.
Okay. Well, that's certainly going to be one to watch. I also wanted to ask you about AI and regulation, because when you were here last talking to John Micklethwaite, you had some pretty strong words about the risk that AI poses, and you said that you really felt what the US was missing was a federal AI regulator, that, you know, something along the lines of the Food and Drug Administration or the Federal Aviation Administration. Now, you're clearly now in a zone where you're more on the cutting regulation side than wanting new regulators. So has your view changed on the need for an AI regulator?
Well, it's not that I don't think there should be regulators. You can think of regulators like referees on the field in sports. There should be some number of referees, but that you shouldn't have so many referees that you can't kick the ball without hitting one. In most fields in the U.S., the regulatory burden has grown over time to the point where it's like having more referees than players on the field. And this is a natural consequence of an extended period of prosperity. It's very important to appreciate this. This has happened throughout history. When you have an extended period of prosperity with no existential war, there's no cleansing function for unnecessary laws and regulations. So what happens is that every year more laws and more regulations are passed because, you know, legislators are going to legislate, regulators are going to regulate, and you'll get the steady pile of more and more laws and regulations over time until everything is illegal. And let me give you an example of a truly absurd situation. Under the Biden administration, SpaceX was sued for not hiring asylum seekers in the U.S. Now, the problem is it's actually illegal for SpaceX under ITAR, International Traffic in Arms Regulations, to hire anyone who is not a permanent resident of the United States, because the premise being that they will take advanced rocket technology and return to their home country if they're not a permanent resident. So we're simultaneously in a situation where it is illegal to hire asylum seekers and is also illegal to hire asylum seekers. And the Biden's Department of Justice chose to prosecute us despite both paths being illegal. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
But my question was specifically about a regulator for AI, which you said 3 years ago was needed, and you said we need to be proactive on the regulation of AI rather than reactive. Have you changed your mind on that?
No, of course not. No, of course not. What I'm saying is that there should be some referees on the field, a few referees, but you shouldn't have a field jam-packed with referees such that you could not kick a ball in any direction without hitting one. So the fields that have been around for a long time, such as automotive, so aerospace, the sort of food and drug industries, are over-regulated, but the new fields, like artificial intelligence, are under-regulated. In fact, there is no regulator at all.
So there should be one. Do you still think that?
Yes, I'm simply saying, which I think is just basic common sense, that you want to have at least you want to have a few referees in the field. You don't want to have an army of referees, but you want to have a few referees on any given field, in any given sport, or even any given arena, industrial arena, to help that public safety is taken care of, but you don't want to have. So there's a proper number of referees. Like I said, it's actually very easy to visualize this when compared to sports. If the whole field is packed with referees, that would look absurd. But if there were no referees at all, your game's not going to be as good.
Okay, so let's then talk about your new world, your role advising government. in this unique and unprecedented position of having billions of dollars worth of contracts with the federal government yourself, mostly through SpaceX, and also now an insider's knowledge of it because of Doge. Can you see that there is a conflict of interest or a potential conflict of interest in broad terms just through that very fact?
I don't think so, actually. There have been many advisors throughout history in the U.S. government and others who have had economic interests. And I am simply an advisor. I don't have formal power. And that's it. The president can choose to accept my advice or not. And that's how it goes. If there's a single contract that any of my companies have received that people think is somehow not was awarded improperly, it would immediately be front page news, to say the least. And if I didn't mention it, certainly my competitors would. So if you're not seeing that, then clearly there's not a conflict of interest.
There's another way, though, to look at it, that, for example, you have many competitors, whether it's companies like Boeing or companies who would like to do more of the kind of work you do for NASA, Blue Origin, Rocket Lab. And because Doge is in every federal government department, you or people who work for Doge, and you are the driving force behind it, have an insight into those companies' affairs and those companies' relationships with the federal government.
No, all we do is we review the organization to see if the organization has departments that are no longer relevant, and then are the contracts that are being awarded good value for money. In fact, frankly, the bar is not particularly high. Is there any value for money in a contract? And if there isn't, then we make recommendations to the secretary. The secretary can then choose to take those actions or not take those actions, and that's it. And then any action that is as a function of Doge is posted to the Doge website and to the Doge.gov or at Doge handle on the X platform. So it's complete transparency, and I have not seen any case where, to the best of my knowledge, there's even been an accusation of conflict, because it is completely and utterly transparent.
Okay.
That's it.
And what about the international dimension? Now, let's think about Starlink. Starlink is obviously a very, very good internet service. It's sought after all over the world. It's critical to the front line in Ukraine. It has also had more contracts coming its way, and there is some evidence that companies are allowing access to it because they want to be close to the Trump administration and send the right signal. So Bloomberg broke news today that the South African government is working around the rules on black ownership in order to allow Starlink in, and that is being done on the eve of the visit that President Ramaphosa is going to make to the White House. Do you recognize that as a conflict of interest?
No, of course not. First of all, you should be questioning why are there racist laws in South Africa? That's the first problem. That's what you should be attacking. It's improper for there to be racist laws in South Africa. The whole idea with what Nelson Mandela, who was a great man, proposed was that all races should be on an equal footing in South Africa. That's the right thing to do, not to replace one set of racist laws with another set of racist laws, which is utterly wrong and improper. So that's the deal, that all races should be treated equally, and there should be no preference given to one or the other. Whereas there are now 140 laws in South Africa that give that basically give strong preference to if you're a black South African, and not otherwise. And so now I'm in this absurd situation where I was born in South Africa but cannot get a license to operate in Starlink because I'm not black.
Well, it looks
Does
like
that
that's
seem
about.
right to
It
you?
looks
Does
like
that
that.
seem right to you?
Looks like that's about to change.
I just asked you a question. Please answer. Does that seem right to you?
Well, those rules were designed to bring.
Yes or no?
Those rules were designed to bring about an era of more economic equality in South Africa, and it looks like the government has found a way around those rules for you.
I asked you a question.
This is your interview. Everyone wants to hear from you.
I asked you a question. Yes or no?
Not
Racist
for me.
laws, yes or no?
Not for me to answer. I have got a question for you about your government work, though, and the amount of savings.
Why do you like racist laws?
This is not for me to answer. Come on.
Yes, it is.
Now, you wouldn't be trying to dodge a question.
You have to
that
ask a
is difficult
question.
for
I
you
answer
to
my
answer.
question. No, you answer mine.
I think if you... I'm sure you can have that conversation directly with the South African government if you want to. I want to ask you about the total...
I can't believe it. That's not good.
I want to ask you about the total
How do you
amount...
not raise this law?
I want to ask you about the total amount that you're planning to save through Doge's work. Before the election, you said it was going to be at least $2 trillion. The number currently on Doge.gov is $170 billion. That's a big change. What happened to the $2 trillion?
Well, do you expect it to happen immediately?
Well, is it going to happen? Because Doge is supposed to run till next July.
I mean, your question is absurd in its fundamental premise. Are you assuming that on day, within a few months, there's an instant $2 trillion saved?
No, I'm not at all. I'm just asking, is that still your aim then? Is it still your aim to get to $2 trillion?
The amount of time? Have we not made good progress given the amount of time?
That's exactly what I'm asking. So is it still your aim to go from 170 billion to 2 trillion?
The ability of Doge to operate is a function of whether the government, and this includes the Congress, is willing to take our advice. We're not the dictators of the government, we are the advisors. And so we can advise, and the progress we've made thus far, I think, is incredible. The Doge team has done incredible work. But the magnitude of the savings is proportionate to the support we get from Congress and from the executive branch of the government in general. So we're not the dictators, we are the advisors. But thus far, for advisors, the Doge team, to their credit, has made incredible progress.
You've talked about $4 billion a day being saved, but that won't get, which is, and I think everyone can agree that combating waste and inefficiency in government is a very good thing. But if you add that up, it's not going to get to 2 trillion over the lifetime of Doge.
I'm sorry?
The 4 billion a day, if Doge is going to run till next July, is not going to get you to $2 trillion. But you still say it's your aim, so we'll take that as read.
There's what Doge, I mean, I feel you're somewhat trapped in the NPC dialogue tree of a traditional journalist. So it's difficult when I'm conversing with someone who's trapped in the dialogue tree of a conventional journalist, because it's like talking to a computer. Doge is an advisory group. We are doing the best we can as an advisory group. The progress made thus far as an advisory group is excellent. I don't think any advisory group has done better in the history of advisory groups of the government. We do not make the laws, nor do we control the judiciary, nor do we control the executive branch. We are simply advisors. In that context, we are doing very well. Beyond that, we cannot take action beyond that, because we are not some sort of imperial dictator of the government. There are 3 branches of the government that are to some degree opposed to that level of cost savings. But nonetheless, let's not criticize whether there's 4 trillion, and instead look at the fact that 160 billion has been saved, and more will be saved too.
And as I said, I think everyone can agree that cutting waste and indeed fraud in any government and being responsible with taxpayers' money is a very good thing. So
yes.
I can see that you're proud of that work. I do want to ask you about US aid and the comments that Bill Gates made the other day, and I know that you called him...
Yeah, he's a huge liar.
I know, you've said that already. I wondered...
Also,
and I'm just...
Who does Bill Gates think he is to make comments about the welfare of children, given that he frequented Jeffrey Epstein?
Okay, well... He said he regrets those, and he spent a lot of his own money on philanthropy around the world over the years. My question to you is: have you looked at the data to check if he might be right that the cuts to USAID might cost millions of lives?
Yes. I'd like him to show us any evidence whatsoever that that is true. It's false. What we found with USAID cuts, and by the way, they haven't all been cut. The parts of USAID that we found to be even slightly useful were transferred to the State Department. So they've not been deleted. They've simply been transferred to the State Department. But many times over with USAID and other organizations, when they've said, "Oh well, this is going to help, children, or it's going to help some disease eradication or something like that," and then when we ask for any evidence whatsoever, I say, "Well, please connect us with this group of children so we can talk to them and understand more about their issue." We get nothing. They don't even try to come up with a show orphan, meaning like it's sort of like, well, can we at least see a few kids? Like, where are they? If they're in trouble, we'd like to talk to them and talk to their caregivers.
Okay, well,
and then we get nothing as a response, because what we find is an enormous amount of fraud and graft.
Okay, let me put this example to you.
Very little of it actually gets to the kids, if anything at all.
Okay, let me put this example to you, because you grew up in South Africa, so you'll know the impact of HIV/AIDS well. And this is why I asked about the data. The US led on international efforts to combat HIV/AIDS, treatment, prevention, and there's an initiative called PEPFAR, which is credited with saving 26 million lives in the last 20 years. It was part of the foreign aid freeze, then there was a limited waiver. Its services are disrupted, and UN aid says if permanently discontinued, there will be another 4 million AIDS-related deaths by 2029. So if you look at that example, which is backed up by data, in 2023, 630,000 people died of AIDS-related illnesses, then perhaps Bill Gates's figures are not wrong. Millions of lives could be lost.
First of all, the program, the AIDS medication program is continuing. So your fundamental premise is wrong. It is continuing. Now, do you have another example?
Elon, not in its entirety.
It is false.
Not in its entirety. There's a limited waiver, and UNAIDS have said that not all of the services that were previously funded by USAID are continuing. So that's why I put that example to you.
Okay, well, which ones aren't being funded? I'll fix it right now.
Okay, well, actually, they're all on the UNAIDS website, so you'll be able to see them. But mostly they are to do with. Mostly they are to do with prevention, and for example, the rollout of a drug called lenacapavir, which was hailed as one of the biggest breakthroughs against AIDS for many years, which came out last year. So if you are, perhaps, I'm sure UNAIDS would be delighted if you're able to look at that again.
Yes, but well, if in fact this is true, which I doubt it is, then we'll fix it.
Okay, fine. So finally, your political influence. I wondered whether you have decided yet how much you're going to spend on the upcoming midterms. Is it you spent a lot more money on the last US election than you envisaged when you were speaking here 3 years ago? Are you going to continue to spend at that kind of level on future elections?
I think in terms of political spending, I'm going to do a lot less in the future.
And why is that?
I think I've done enough.
Is it because of blowback?
Well, if I see a reason to do political spending in the future, I will do it. I do not currently see a reason.
Okay. What about political influence beyond the US? How often do you speak to President Putin?
I don't speak to President Putin.
You've never spoken to President Putin?
I was on a video call with him once about 5 years ago.
Okay. That's the only.
Why would you think I speak to President Putin? Oh, you must. I get it.
Because
you believe the legacy.
Actually, I've heard you speak about it. For example, in your West Point speech, you said, "Oh, I challenged President Putin to was it an arm wrestle?" And I know the Wall Street Journal has reported your reported conversations.
Oh, yes.
If you're saying they haven't happened other than once, I'll take that as read.
Is there a worse publication on the face of the earth than the Wall Street Journal? I wouldn't use that to line up my cage for parrot droppings. That newspaper is the worst newspaper in the world. If there's one newspaper that should be pro-capitalist, it's the one with Wall Street in the name. But it isn't. So I have the very lowest opinion of the Wall Street Journal. Absolute nonsense. And you clearly believe the tripe that you've read in those papers.
I read very widely, and I'm putting these questions to you so that you have an opportunity to respond to them, which you are, and for which we're all grateful to hear your responses.
Yes.
Okay, we are out of time. So
you mentioned me challenging. I did so on the X platform. I challenged Vladimir Putin to single combat over the. But I didn't talk to him. That was a post on the X platform.
Great. That's why I asked you, and you've clarified and explained. Thank you. That's why I was asking whether you have had reported conversations, and you've said you haven't, other than a video call. Okay.
Typical legacy media lies.
Okay. Listen, I actually thought I might give Grok the last word, because when I asked Grok what your hardest challenge is, it said the strain of managing multiple high-stake ventures amid financial, regulatory, and public relations crises. And I wondered whether you recognize that characterization and whether you do think that this is a pivotal year in your life.
Well, every year has been somewhat pivotal, and this one's no different. So, I mean, in terms of interesting things that hopefully are accomplished this year, getting Starship to be fully reusable, so that we catch both the booster and the ship, which would be the first fully reusable orbital rocket ever in history, would be a profound breakthrough, as the essential breakthrough necessarily to make life multiplanetary and ultimately become a spacefaring civilization. We've got Neuralink, which is now helped 5 patients restore capability using the telepathy implant, where they're able to control a computer simply by thinking. We'll be doing our first patient to restore sight with our blind sight implant, which is either end of this year or early next. In fact, that first patient might be in UAE, since we have a relationship with UAE and the Cleveland clinic there. I think what's running on the AI front, we are close to what you might call AGI, or digital superintelligence. I think we are seeing an explosion in digital superintelligence here. And then we've got at Tesla we'll be launching unsupervised autonomy, basically self-driving cars with no one in them, in Austin next month. So it's a big year for sure. Many other things in the works too.
Okay.
I'm a technologist first and foremost.
Elon Musk, thank you very much for joining us here at Qatar Economic Forum. Thank you.
I'm not sure how I'm going to top that, everybody. Michelle, thank you so much for leading that conversation with Elon Musk. Everybody, we have now come to the end of today's sessions. It has been an insightful and engaging day filled with wide-ranging discussions and debates over the global economy, investments, innovation, and the future of growth. Now, before we wrap, we'd like to once again thank our partners and our sponsors for their generous support. Our official partners, Qatar Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Qatar Media City, our culture sponsor, Qatar Museums, our innovation sponsor, Qatar Research Development and Innovation Council, our premier sponsors, Qatar Investment Authority, Qatar National Bank, our knowledge sponsor, McKinsey & Company, our participating sponsors, IDA, HSBC, Investment Promotion Agency, Qatar, Qatar Financial Center, Qatar Free Zones Authority, Qatar University, our airline sponsor, Qatar Airways, our connectivity sponsor, Ooredoo, and our tourism sponsor, Visit Qatar. Now, we invite you to attend the workshop, Doing Business in Qatar, that is sponsored by the Investment Promotion Agency Qatar, Qatar Financial Center, and the Qatar Free Zones Authority. It will start shortly in breakout room 1 if you want to make your way there. Event staff are available to help guide you there. We are back here tomorrow, everybody. Do not forget, starting with breakouts at 8:45 a.m. The main stage programming right here will start at 10 a.m. I will be back hosting for you tomorrow. Please view the event app to select your sessions, and we kindly ask that you exit the ballroom and move to the networking area. Thank you again for being with us, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Channel 3, English translation over duct floor mix. Reference tone at broadcast level. Channel 3, English translation over duct floor mix. Reference tone at broadcast level. Channel 3, English translation over duct floor mix. Reference tone at broadcast level. Channel 3, English translation over duct floor mix. Reference tone at broadcast level. Channel 3, English translation over duct floor mix. Reference tone at broadcast level. Channel 3, English translation over duct floor mix. Reference tone at broadcast level. Channel 3, English translation over duct floor mix. Reference tone at broadcast level. Channel 3, English translation over duct floor mix. Reference tone at broadcast level.